quorum present through a roll call is Board Member Montoya, Board Member Stowe, present. Secretary Wells,
Present.
President Asper. We have pledge of allegiance. All right. C, prayer. Secretary Wells, would you honor us with a prayer?
Now, before we get time and prayer, thank you for the opportunity to have the room here and serving representing the community. We thank you for the freedoms of this country and for its mission to be one. We pray for that spirit to be good, our leaders, and bless us in this meeting. We may accomplish the things that we set forth. We might be guided and directed. Have a spirit of unity.
Letter D, agenda review. Agenda. Are there
Grammarly now uses AI to help you write, not just revise. Type a prompt and generate a persuasive, mistake-free draft in seconds.
agenda? Are there any other modifications? No, B is a problem.
Or can we just keep it on and if she shows up, she shows up?
She called, she said she's
Okay.
not gonna be.
All right.
Not available.
Are there any other modifications? Corrections?
Make a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
Do I have a second?
I'll say.
Vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis?
Yes.
And I vote yes. 5 to approve the modified agenda. F, we move to Board of Education elections of officers. Any motions?
I make a motion that we re-elect. I make a motion that we re-elect Suzette Haskey as president of the board.
I second.
Any other nominations? Okay. Close. We still have to vote. Okay. It's been motioned, it's been second. Okay, vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you. I motion, Mr. Wells for Vice President. Do I have a second?
I'd like to make a amendment to your motion if possible, if you
Sure.
would consider it. Just
Yes.
keeping the board the same,
I
position is the
second.
same. Would you accept that?
Yeah, I'm gonna second the motion to have Mr. Wells be vice president.
How do we do this? Okay. I made the motion,
Consideration for,
then the consideration for amendment.
And I second.
And
The
my motion
consideration.
is second.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work? I made my motion
Yeah,
for
you,
Secretary.
it's up
Wells.
to you if you accept that change.
I mean, you did make the motion, so we're trying to keep the order of,
Okay,
That's
well,
fine.
that's where I
That's fine.
wanna
That's
make
fine.
sure.
I'll retract.
Okay. Yes. It's open for nominations, and I motion for Secretary Wells for Vice President. And it was second by
and I second the motion.
Board Member So. Any other nominations?
Is that,
No, I'll retract it.
oh, I was wondering if that's
That's all right. You did
the
first.
same.
That's all right.
Then we vote?
Yep.
Okay. Board Member,
Are
yeah,
there any more nominations?
no,
Unless you have one.
No.
okay. Okay, close for Vice President. We'll start with Board Member Montoya.
Yes.
Board Member So.
Yes.
Board Member Mr. Wells.
Yes.
Board Member Ms. Aspis.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Open nominations for Secretary. I nominate Board Member So.
I nominate Gary Montoya.
I respectfully decline.
Do you accept?
I'll second the nomination, Commissioner So.
I accept.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Vote, close nominations. We will vote, Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Board Member So,
Yes.
Board Member Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Aspis,
No.
and I vote yes. Thank you. All right, we move on to, or do we have to do any changes? Okay. All right, we move on to number 2, student, staff, and community recognition. Letter A, the Milken Educator Award recognition to Rashinda Billy.
Yes. Are you gonna go up there with Mr. Bushi?
Don't be shy.
I'm not shy, if you guys know me. So good evening, President Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. It is my privilege and my honor to announce to you our 24-25 Milken Educator of the Year for New Mexico, Miss Rashinda Billy. And I do have information for the board on the Milken that I'd like to share with each of you. So,
Thank you, congratulations. Oh, no, thank you. Would you like to say? I know when I first received this award, I was very nervous. I didn't really get to thank the people who, or I guess, would help me get this award. I don't think this would have been possible without my coworkers, my students, my fellow teachers, and my family. Believe it or not, my very first year, I was put on a professional growth plan. And I knew from there, I was like, I need to change what I'm doing in the classroom. So I researched, I worked with my colleagues who taught me their strategies, like what was effective, what wasn't effective. I talked with my students, asking them, what don't you understand? You guys need to tell me so I can figure out how to help you. And throughout the years, I've seen so much change in myself. I recently went back to school to get my master's degree because I knew that I wanted to make a bigger change within my school, and I think that I have. This just shows that all my hard work and effort was finally recognized, and I'm so honored that I was a recipient for this award. So just thank you to Mr. Bushy, my principal, who has been my principal for the past 10 years, my mom, who's always shown her support, and I wish some of my colleagues were here, but unfortunately they're not, but just to them as well. Thank you.
Comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I must say, when we showed up, I had no idea what, other than the award, but it just blew me away, the fact that her response to that, the total surprise, and quite frankly, in my humble opinion, it shows the passion, desire, and commitment that you have for your students, and that you've been able to pass that on to them for the past 10 years. And as I told you when I got just a minute with you, that to try to extend that courtesy that you have of that passion, desire, and commitment to the rest of your colleagues. Because one of the things that you just said that you asked your students, I know a couple of other teachers that do the same thing, because I've heard it being said that you teach the way they learn. You don't teach down to them. You teach the way they learn. You meet them where they are. And to me, that's just so powerful to be able to do that, and then utilizing differentiated instruction, like you didn't say it, but it seems that that's how you apply your education to the students. So for that, I am truly, truly thankful and grateful, and congratulations.
Any other comments? I extend that gratitude to you also, and to know that where you started, and to see all the progress and to where you're at, and our kids benefit from it. So I really wholeheartedly thank you for doing that for our students and for our community. Thank you.
Ms. Billy?
Yes.
I don't know if you want to come up and, is there anything else the district could do to, to model what you've been doing, or, I'm sure Mr. Deswood has some ideas, or I don't know, but, it's always good that our people get awards, especially at that level. And what we're facing with funding, I know it's not easy to be a teacher, and a lot of it comes out of pocket. And so I think, you know, you really outdid yourself, you know, and not that I wish that, you know, teachers seek other sources of funding, but, you know, with the impacts that the district has gone through in the past years, and, you know, we you know, it certainly helps. And I just want to say thank you, and if there's some things that others can model, and other teachers, you know, please let us know. Thank you.
I congratulated you. I was there and took the opportunity to congratulate you then, but to have the caliber in our district that you represent, we feel very grateful and recognize your efforts and your diligence, and the fact that you received this award is we'll steal a little of that and spread it throughout the district. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I
And
add one more?
yes,
You did say something, Miss Billy, the other day when you received the award, and the one strategy that you had stated, I'm a very, very firm believer in, and I wish we would do even more of it, which is looping. It is a very, very powerful tool when used. And just as an aside, I had a conversation with the former superintendent, and we were having that conversation about looping. And he says, well, I disagree. I said, why? Because what if you have a bad teacher? And I looked at him and I pointed at him and I said, it's your job to make sure we don't have any bad teachers. And again, that's a testament to you to accept that responsibility to be able to do that and then learn from it, grow from it. And because I've seen people do it for 3 years in a row. And it is a very, very powerful tool and strategy for our kids, because to me, there's really no negative to it. You get to learn the kids, you learn the parents, they learn you, they respond to you better from year to year. And the amount of growth that you can get out of them is huge. So to that, looking at the superintendent, we've had this conversation before, take that as a consideration. Thank you.
thank you. Any other comments? All right.
President Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Real quick, Rashinda Billy will also be recognized at the state capitol next Monday. She will be on the House floor with all the representatives there, earning recognition down the floor with all the legislation going on this week and the following. So, and then in April, I'm not too sure. We'll clear on the date. No date yet. But she will be traveling to Los Angeles to receive the award with the other national Milken Educator Award recipients. So that's all we want to.
Great.
Sure.
Glad we got you first.
Yeah. Yay. And
So-
just don't leave.
So what are we doing to promote her? Advertise her, because I mean, right now, I think that's what the district needs is how to keep our students, how to attract more students. And so I'm just wondering how, you know, I hope that's in the plan, superintendent, so, thank you.
On the website and so forth.
That's a very good statement that you made there, because again, to show the rest of not just the county but the state that we have one of the top teachers in the country in our district, our school district. And
Not
again,
just
a
the
testament
state.
to the power of the individual with that passion, desire, and commitment to be able to spread that to our kids. So you're absolutely right, Ms. Auspis, in respects to saying that. And absolutely support the fact that if whatever we can do as a board or as a school district to certainly help her and the district itself to put her up there.
Democracy in action.
All right, we will move on to, if there aren't any other comments. We'll move down to letter B, National Board Certified Teachers by Mr. Noble.
Thank you, President Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and guests who are here today. It is with great pride and joy to recognize 4 outstanding educators who have recently achieved one of the highest honors in the field of education. I am pleased to announce the following educators from our district who have recently became National Board Certified Teachers. If you could please stand when I say your name. Ms. Ramona Lucero is actually online virtually. She is from Kirtland Central High School. If we can give her a round of applause. Mr. Carl Shuzan from Kirtland Central High School. Ms. Alicia Wheeler from Kirtland Middle School. And Ms. Isabel Ardonato from Newcomb Elementary. These teachers have worked diligently to meet the relentless standards of the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. There are over 125,000 National Board Certified teachers in the United States, making it approximately 3% to 4% of U.S. teachers who have become nationally board certified. Earning National Board certification is like earning a master's degree. And just take a little bit step further to get that National Board certification. They show how students learn, how they create supportive classroom environments, and how they contribute to their profession. At the school level, we explain to students that they're like elite teachers in their school buildings. They're like the LeBron James of teaching in their buildings. Michael Jordan, excuse me.
Excellent correction.
Shame on you.
Again, these are students we're talking to, sir. These teachers, in the eyes of the nation, are the MVPs of education. So when you next time see a National Board Certified teacher in your school building, that's when you shout, MVP, MVP. Achieving National Board certification is no easy feat and is a testament to our educators' skills, passion, and unwavering commitment to providing the highest quality education to their students. So please join me again in congratulating Ramona Lucero, Carl Shuzan, Alicia Wheeler, and Isabel Ardonato for this remarkable achievement.
Great.
Comment.
Yes, go ahead.
To the 4 of you, congratulations. Again, this is one of those things where you didn't have to, you want to. Self-improvement, not just for you, but for the students that come in front of you. So to that, I applaud you and commend you for your efforts and your success. So congratulations.
Who are the 4? Are there some here?
There are some here. We have 3. We have Carl, again, Shuzan in the back, Miss Isabel Ardonato. They're all on this side.
Please stand and remain standing till I
You're
call
not
you
gonna
all.
get pictures?
I can get some pictures, yes, of course.
Could they please stand and remain so we can get to know?
Yes. And there they are again.
Thank you so much for what you do, and hopefully the board learns through your examples. I'm sure it's not streamlined or given low priority, so thank you. The 4th person, is the 4th person here or not?
Online.
Thank you, online.
While Tanya's passing gifts to our National Board Certified teachers, again, SFE has come out to celebrate with everyone, so they prepared desserts and snacks again to celebrate, so feel free to take as many as you want back home, okay? You definitely earned it with all the late night work you probably did and the rigorous assessments, so, but again, and Kevin Fuchs is our food service manager, so feel free, he's planning meals and getting meals to your students in your school buildings, so feel free to meet him and talk to him, and he's got great ideas and a lot of things going on in food service, so again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Okay. You can photo. Okay. Is there anything else, Jared?
No, thank you, Madam
Okay.
President.
Okay. Number 3, comments from the audience. A, are there any comments from the audience? Yes. Oh, she likes. Sorry.
I am so happy that Mr. Bushy is here because my comment has to do with him. So I worked for him last year as a reading interventionist, and that position I knew because of funding was not going to be renewed. And that was the only reason that I looked for another job. I just found it very interesting that I was able to finish my national boards, and Rashinda also works for him. So I just felt very supported when I worked for you, and I think your staff feels the same way. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that you are very, we just feel very supported in this community by you, so thank you very much.
That's great. Any other comments? Appreciate all of you, all the support. This is why we're here. It's for you working with our kids, so a lot of appreciation to all of you. You guys make everything happen, so thank you. Number 4, board and superintendent reports. A, board member reports. Are there any reports?
Yes, I have a report.
Go ahead.
So during just before the winter break, we had the Navajo shoe game, and it went really well, and it was explained, and I never thought that I would see teenagers actually enjoying, the whole the shoe game, when it doesn't involve your phone or your TV or things like that. You kind of wonder, but and it was attended by Alfreda and Donovan Russell and the ICO. And oh my gosh, I wish I had gone there earlier, because they had barbecue and all that. But I just really appreciate their efforts in that and putting something like that up. And I missed out on the winter drum. I don't know if I saying that right.
Drums of Winter.
And I missed out on that, and I wish I had attended, but I just events like that being put on by ICO, it's really I was really surprised on the response I got, through social media. I had posted it, and just really surprised, and I'm glad that we're doing so with our students, and because I think that really that's the real teaching of our culture and our traditions. And so I just really want to say thank you, Frida and Donovan, you know, that you guys take the time to put those things on. And as I mentioned before, you know, I seen those particular students out in Palm Springs, and here Donovan was trailing after them with the backpack, and then he puts it down, and I was just watching from afar, and here he's taking out all these snacks just like a mom, you know, like a parent, and giving it to the students. And I just thought that was neat. I wish I had taken a picture, but yeah, they're well taken care of, and this day and age is so great, you know, to see them take that. For Alfreda and Donovan, you know, that there used to be that Latin phrase called parentis loco or whatever, and Mr. Manning, he would always tell me, oh, that's not no more, we don't go by that no more. But you know, I see it displayed, and with the awards, with everything, that the events going on, I just think that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other reports? And I like to second that. I was at the Winter Drums, and that was a really amazing event. I wish I had scheduled out my whole evening for that. It would have been something that I wish I could have stayed for the whole duration. But it was a really nice event, bringing the whole community together, and there was dancing, and it was just really a real nice event with vendors, not vendors, the Ned College, NTU, all the different community resources were there, so it was wonderful. So I, like Ms. Aspis, I commend ICO for doing all that stuff. It shows in our community, the people showing up, coming to our events, it really shows. So thank you.
Yeah, but the only comment that I got so far is I actually listened in to the LFC or the LESC meeting today. So one of the budget proposals that's before the state is that they're looking at raising teacher educator pay level 1 up to 55,000, 65 for level 2, and 75 for level 3. So that's all I got to report at the moment. But those looks like some pretty good numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any other reports? No. Okay. Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Haskell-Oberly. Just a few things. These are all kind of one-offs. I'll do them pretty quickly. Some good and bad and the ugly. First, I'd like to, again, congratulate those National Board Certified teachers. That really is a special achievement. And I wish we had more. And throughout the district, we have 11 teachers who are National Board Certified teachers. And we have something like 600 teachers. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. That's a small fraction. And the reason it's such a small fraction is very difficult to achieve. It's not something you just do overnight. It was said that it's something kind of akin to like a master's degree. The good news is the Public Education Department does pay for that. And so those of you who are thinking about it, those of you who are listening in, and other teachers, administrators, if you want to talk to your teachers, let them know that. I mean, it's something you can get every year you're teaching. And it's close to $10,000 right now. So it's a pretty good little chunk. However, you do need to, I think it's after every 4 years, is it? Or 5 years, you need to go back in and do a bunch of things to make sure you keep with it. And so it's not easy, but it's worth it if you can do it. So congratulations. And also congratulations to Miss Billy. I was there for the presentation. What an awesome time that was for those folks who could see that. And great job, Mr. Bushy. I don't want to give you too many accolades because you're already kind of beaming back there. Yeah. Anyway, no, it really was a great event, and I know that the board members, Mr. Montoya and Mr. Wells, that were there, really appreciated it. And I'm pretty sure it was a surprise, and that was kind of the neatest part of it, because if you've seen pictures, if you haven't seen pictures, we'll make sure that they are posted in videos. Miss Billy, she beams and when she smiles, and she has such a beautiful smile, and to see that in the papers and everything, it was just, it's awesome. We need to do more teacher recognition in this district, and somebody write that down, because I want to be held to that. We need more teacher recognition. So just a couple items. Again, like I said, they're kind of good, bad, and hopefully not ugly, but perhaps. The first one, the good one, is we have completed mostly the move back to Shiprock administrative offices, and most people know that, but in the audience, not everybody does. We had a flood in September-ish, late August, beginning of September. And so most of the folks in central office here were displaced for several months, and they did a great job. You know, people talk about they need this workstation or that workstation. We had a flood. Within the next couple days, operations were normal in completely different places. Matter of fact, probably the next day. But it is good to have an office where you can go back to. So we are now mostly back in our offices. There's a couple more things that are outstanding. For instance, the track behind SAO, they still are going to do some work on that. And a couple other loose ends they need to fix up. But for the most part, finally that drama is over. Speaking of drama, we also had something happen, oh gosh, several weeks ago, and I've been asked to kind of talk about it just a real little bit. We use PowerSchool, we utilize PowerSchool for a lot of our student data and staff and parent data. There was a data breach that they experienced that affected schools throughout the country. And so we put some things out about that, and so folks know that some of that data was accessed. And I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to say about it, but it wasn't so much a ransomware attack, but there's some payments involved in order to stop what was happening. If we get more information about specific folks who are impacted, we'll make sure you're aware of that, and we'll send that out further. We apologize for that happening. We wish that kind of stuff didn't happen in our world today, but it did, and it does affect people. And the third thing I do want to talk about, I appreciate Mr. So bringing up the legislature. Today was the first day. They began at noon. And I want to say something about our legislators and what goes on in Santa Fe. When you're there and we're talking about education, you have a couple different committees that advise our legislators. One is the Legislative Finance Committee, the LFC. One's the LESC, Legislative Education Study Committee. Those are comprised of folks that are blue and red, some on the left and on the right. In our state, you can barely tell the difference when they're talking about education, because right now our state has money flowing in from oil and gas, and the legislators are actually utilizing that money for good purposes, especially for education. And so is the governor. So what I'd like to do just real quick is highlight some of the things that are happening real quick. For those of you listening to my weekly addresses, I did mention some real specific things, but this is just kind of in general from the governor's office. This is executive recommendation. $14 million for training elementary educators in the science of reading. I know not everybody knows what that means. I know one of our board members knows exactly what that means, and may not be for the specific use of that money the way it is, but the idea behind it, he would be definitely for it.
Can I correct you?
What's that?
Can I correct you?
Yes, go ahead.
It's not that I'm against them using that money. It's the program that they're utilizing to institute that.
Yes.
With that money.
That's kind of what I meant to say. I understand. I didn't mean to be negative about it. It's nice to have someone informed, and we have 5 folks who do their best to stay informed, so that's great. But there's a few more, $5 million to expand structured literacy professional development into secondary schools, $30 million to support a second year of summer reading intervention program. That summer reading intervention program, there's some data that's come out, I don't have it here in front of me, that has shown that instead of having a reading loss, those kids who were in that summer intervention program actually made some gains. So that it's awesome that we're actually having kids in those programs in the summer. $18 million from the GRO fund for targeted attendance improvement interventions. Any of you who know administrators out here, and administrators can all tell you, attendance has been a huge, huge issue in our district, in our state, and in our nation, especially since COVID. And there's a lot of reasons for it. I don't need to get into that because that's not what this is about. But we haven't been getting the funding for doing anything about attendance. And so this is a stab, hopefully, at saying, here, we're gonna actually put our money where our mouth is and do something to help you with attendance. And I don't know what that's gonna look like, but that's what they're asking for. $15 million for out-of-school learning, summer enrichment, and tutoring. Again, the tutoring programs that we have in this district and in the state, they're helping students, and we need to continue those, especially because they're much more, teachers can work maybe not one-on-one, but in small groups in those tutoring programs, so they're very effective. And also $10 million for dual credit. And one last thing, I know I'm kind of going over what I usually do, but I wanted to say something about, since we have the school board right here, these folks all belong to the New Mexico School Boards Association, and the School Boards Association also has a platform. The mission of the New Mexico School Boards Association as an advocate for public education is to provide leadership and services that enable local boards of education to govern effectively. There's 3 guiding principles, and so these folks are always going to be asking for these things when they see legislation. The first one is local control. We don't want to be mandated how many days, how many hours, how many exactly, all those kinds of things. This is your curriculum exactly. That should be something that there's a certain amount of local control for. And that's what these school board members are asking for. Adequate funding. Right now, we're getting adequate funding for schools, but is it targeted in the right places? One of the things, I'm not going to read it, but one of the things they mention is the Martinez-Yazzie, or we usually say Yazzie-Martinez up here, court order. Funds were supposed to be appropriated specifically for that, and we're hoping to hold them to that a little bit more this year. And the last one is unfunded mandates. They don't want to see unfunded mandates, which tend to happen. Say you have to have this kind of program, but we're not going to give any dollars for it. And so those are the 3 guiding principles behind the NMSBA. And so I look forward to seeing the rest of the legislative session. I hope you all want to pay attention. If you have anything that you want us to go to them about, or you want to talk to your school boards about, they will be going to Santa Fe in February in just a few weeks. And so talk to them and talk to me about things, because sometimes we may not see everything that needs to happen. So thank you.
Okay. May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
On your cyber issue, can you explain the extent? I believe Social Security numbers are.
I'm going to phone a friend.
Excuse
Because
me?
I'm going to phone a friend, if you don't mind. I have Mr. Venturina, who's been working closely. And we have a team. I know Mr. Baden was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but he also has a little bit more information than I know. But go ahead and ask those questions. Mr. Venturina, would you mind standing up and go to the podium? That way I won't misspeak.
The Social Security, the addresses of parents and students?
So luckily in our, I think it was 2 years that we've been not collecting Social Security. We've been using what we call the state student ID, which is a similar 9-digit that our state plays our students. So that's a good thing. But however, in the past, we already collected some of those, and there are individuals.
I just want to know that how are they dealing with, taking that information, and if anything, I think there was a December 28th email, and then later on there was another recent email, and so I'm wondering, because that's pretty severe. I mean, if they're taking, or if Social Security numbers are involved. So I'm just wondering, since then, have they had any
like issues that came up and
Yeah, from the parents and from
Right.
the students, and then, you know, we're talking about cyber hacking and cyber attack, but, we're not really telling the full story to parents. And I think it's necessary that we let them know that it involves social security numbers and addresses.
of the children, yes. As I said, and Mr. Carson also explained, some of the details that are sent out or given to us, we have no, basically more information rather than having, you know, some of the social securities or addresses has been accessed by those people. And the only thing that we can, you know, recommend the public is to be vigilant if there are, say, for example, something is unusual with their banks or in things like that. Our state PED IT department as well as Power School IT folks have been communicating, and actually there is a process if they're giving free services like social security, cyber, like support in case there are social securities has been compromised. But so far, and Jared can attest because he gets all the calls from our parents and community. Luckily, I don't want to make an assumption, but so far New Mexico has been the least severe affected by this cybersecurity. We have like a community in Power School that had been talking, and most of the more severe is in the Midwest, Ohio, Indiana, New Jersey. Those states have been affected more than we are here in New Mexico.
Okay, and that's another thing to add is that it's national.
Correct.
So do we know if those social security number, things like that were shared,
Were
were
used.
leaked?
Yeah, so the last information that we had from Power School is that according to the communication is that whoever that person or those group basically deleted all the things that they have acquired from Power School, and that's the reason why I think they have mitigated the severity and the seriousness of what happened in December up to the second week of January. So again, the most important thing is to be really looking out what is the activity in Social Security if something is not usual.
And I went through my email and I noticed an invoice, $600 and some dollars that I shared with Sharon. And I don't know if our email has been hacked too. Apparently, I don't know, we're gonna have to find out through finance if that money was taken or, you know, that balance. I called the 800 number on that invoice and didn't lead to anywhere.
So you did receive something
Mhm.
like unusual.
And so, it didn't name me specifically, it just the, email address.
Right.
And so I shared it with Sharon.
Okay. And one thing is don't put any information if
Yeah.
you receive, those are the phishing emails. Our Google supervisor administrator has been very active, proactive in catching those phishing emails by far.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
You said that the social security numbers that the district had collected before have been deleted and replaced by another number, so that if somebody hacks it again, they're not going to get access to social security numbers?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so the 9-digit state ID is our reference number for all our students. since 2022. But those before that, and if they have access it, there are potentials that they can be used in other ways. But again, based on what we got from Power School, whoever did it had deleted all the information that have acquired from Power School.
So going forward, we're covered then.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madrina.
Are you done with your report? Okay. All right, number 5A, ESS mid-year report, and introduce the new account manager by Mr. Fitzgerald.
Good evening. Good evening, President Husky, Vice President Aspas, and board members.
I'm not vice president.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
We're just members.
Okay, board members, I'm sorry. So I like to say, hello, everybody. I'm Rose Cunha James, but just Rose for short. I know my name's really long, but in the presentation as well, just Rose is fine. But I'd like to introduce myself. Rose, again, Rose Cunha Palpasita James, just but Rose. I'll be your new ESS accounts manager for this district. And to the left of me, I have my regional manager, Lori Shannon. And then to the right of me, I have my other boss here, Joseph Fitzgerald. And I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with what we do with ESS. I've been getting a lot of questions about what we do, and of course, we provide substitutes for the districts for custodial, food service, teachers, bus aides. We basically do that for you guys, and I thank you. I want to say, yeah, initially, I wouldn't be here without you guys, without ESS here. And again, I would like to introduce myself in Navajo. Of course, I'm from the community, and I have to do that. But Yate Anatro, She Rosconia James Unisha, Totally Ninche, Kintanchini Bush's Chin, no diet Dasha Che, Touchini Dasha now. I used to then Nasha, I tis Osaka Dan Nasha. And I'm from Burnham, if you guys didn't know that. So it's just right off by Newcomb. So I grew up in Central Consolidated School District, so it's awesome to be back. I really did want to come back to the school district. That's part of me. Class of 2015. I know I'm young. I know it's really different to be in this district and to be in this position. And I've met Superintendent Carlson first while I was here. So I had my little desk right there, my little laptop, everything. But now I'm back at the office. So if anything, if you guys have any questions, please reach out. And
we also prepared a few items to give an update on the program. So I think we went through this slide. If we can get to the next slide. Thanks. So really excited. Well, one thing that we really wanted to highlight here is the district had some extra positions last year, and so we actually have less positions this year than last year because there was some pullback with ESSER funding, et cetera. So one thing we wanted to highlight this, we were able to increase the fill rate, but the district as a whole did a great job at managing those absences and having fewer absences over prior year, which actually has led to a cost savings for Central Consolidated. We billed over $400,000 less this part of the half a year than prior year because of those fewer absences. And this just shows you, like on a real high level, the absences that we're filling for you for the last 12 months. And as you can see, we've been trending down with the changes that we've had with those absence requests. Next one. So just some quick highlights. We've hired 88 individuals since July 1st to work in our sub pool. We currently have over 200 substitutes in our substitute pool. In addition to Rose, we've also added an additional position in Gallup McKinley that is also helping. She's still being onboarding. I think she's on day 7. So she's still getting onboarded, and she'll be helping support Rose to building out our team to have a little bit more support in this area of New Mexico. In the last 6 months, the substitutes we've hired, 85% have been Native American. And one thing that was really important is we've really worked with Tanya's office and Linda on our compliance training with our substitutes to assure that our substitutes have all that same training that the district employees do to really have good training. And better things happen when you have training than when you don't have training. So we're really wanted to highlight that work that we've been doing with the HR department. We've had 183 long-term positions that we've filled in this last 6 months. And 24 of our substitutes, this is kind of an honor that we have, the district liked so much that they took them away from us, and now we have to go back and recruit. But the good news is that they're good quality individuals that the district wants to hire and fill those vacant positions. So good thing for you, that's where we're handing off the baton, but now we have to get back to work and find some more of those
Actually,
individuals.
it's 25 now.
It's 25?
Yeah, 25, I forgot about that. EBIP, or Taby that actually took one of our subs, so they're permanent employee with them, so they're on there now.
And then one of our substitutes was one employee of the month of November. How do you say that? Quindalyn Manuelito?
Yeah. Quindalyn Manuelito is a recipient of a $100 Grubhub card for November for employee of the month. So as ESS, we do submit all our substitutes, especially for my districts. So our last raffle was a TV. So all our subs are all automatic with that one. So Quindalyn was for November. December was another district, so we kind of missed out on it, but my bad. I'm still new.
And I think we've shared some of this in the board before, but we love payroll so much. We do it 52 times a year on every Friday. That's important for our employees and part of some benefit that they like. We offer health, vision, dental, life insurance, a 401k with a company match. We do incentives. We have a referral program, so our audience members are listening here. If you know someone that'd be great in the schools, you're welcome to go to refer.ess.com and refer someone. We'll pay you $100 for a successful referral. One thing that I'm excited to report on, in the last year, we've been really working on giving opportunities to our substitutes for education. And so 2 things we've added is one is a STEM certificate. And so we worked with it's a recognized certificate. I think it was like $600. We worked with them to lower the price. Then ESS is paying half. So for about $150, a substitute can get a STEM certification with us with our program that we've set up. And then more recently, we've partnered with Grand Canyon University to provide discounted opportunities for bachelor's degrees, master's degrees for all of our substitutes and corporate employees. And so we're really excited to be able to provide that for our individuals. We have a discounted program on our ESS marketplace. I think we mentioned this before, we have all of our substitutes can receive New Mexico paid sick leave as substitutes. And we started this a couple years ago, but we don't have a date yet, but we're planning our appreciation event for our substitutes. And so when we get that date, we'll let the board know that you're welcome to attend that. And we invite the substitutes out for our annual appreciation event. And do you want to talk about you're doing the recruiting, I'm not. So you want to talk about the recruiting on this one?
So our recruiting, from what I've been told, was that we've gone to the schools, we've gone backpack flyers to the students. We try to recruit parents and also social media, and as well as I try to, I'm really involved with the first responders. So I've been reaching out to the local Navajo Nation Fire Department. They've been telling me all the jobs, and even if they want to recruit for me, I'm really big on the community as well. Like, I go to chapter houses, of course. I grew up there working. So now with my being back in the office, I'm trying to get all the referrals out. So I really urge to the audience, even online parents, please, if you guys want the kids need to eat. If you guys want to apply to food service, we need that. And as well as substituting. And I really want to stress that Newcomb, as far as they are, not Newcomb and Nosh Chitty out, I would want to urge parents and community members to please apply, because that's where we're going to need more of that, because they're way out there. And I'll try to, right now I'm kind of getting all my stuff being back in office now, and because had recent accounts managers that weren't really kind of reaching out, so that's my job now, is to reach more out. And because I smile no matter where you see me, I'm smiling, waving, even if you're walking by me, I'm just gonna be like this. And yeah, so I'm gonna work on that. That's one of my top priorities here, is to bring more recruiting. You'll see more of my face. I go do school visits this morning. I went to Nashville, Newcomb, elementary, middle, and high school, as well as I went to school there, so I got to meet a lot of my old teachers again. And I've hired a lot of my old teachers. They're currently, and I do have one teacher that's there for a long term, so I like to say we're doing good.
So I want to thank you for your partnership and the honor it is to work with you and provide a substitute teacher when the licensed teacher is not able to be in that classroom. And we're here if you have any questions.
Are there any questions, comments?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know specifically, but I continue to hear issues with the ESS. And one of the big ones is the pay. And apparently you have another party that I don't know if you guys pay into it and they pay the employees directly, or you, I don't know, some type of chain.
We have a partner, so since we do, we specialize on substitutes, right? So we do partner with a company called Paychecks that helps us to process the payroll every week, as we mentioned, right? So 2 weeks in arrears, but we make payroll every single Friday.
And, you know, with that, I know in the past, when ESS was new, I know that they had a payroll problem, you know, and you know, with the holidays especially, you know, certain people were expecting their check and yet there was nothing. So, and it seems like we, all that got ironed out, but now it's, I guess, with your paycheck or the
our partner, yeah,
yes.
our partners with us, yeah.
And so, and then on top of that, how much, to me, it's concerning that we continue to use ESS somewhere. We need to have, and I hope they're not in core classes, and do we have the means? I know our funding, our budget's not very stable, but do we have the means to I guess I look at it and compare it to my work site. You know, you have people that are specialized, welders, electricians, you know, and then they bring in contractors. So, you know, that's the way I look at things, and it's for less money. And you know, those contractors, the company doesn't need to pay for, you know, say our coveralls or, you know, overtime or things like that. And I equate that to what's happening here and with the district. So are we trying to move away from ESS, or are we just really involving them more and more?
If that's a question for me, I would say it's been stable with the amount we've used them. They've used them for all of our sub needs, and that continues to be the process currently.
So the district has used us less this year than last year.
Mm-hmm.
So at the tune of $400,000 less this year.
And to me, I feel like the reason why is, I don't know what reason you gave, but I think more it's because our students, our student count has gone down.
Well, I think it's based on a floater program that changed. So there was a district decision on a floater program that we were staffing that changed this school year.
So, yeah, and if we continue to utilize, you know, your services, then, you know, that's one thing that really, that's the main thing I hear is the pay.
Yeah, and please, if you have I know as a board member, I'm sure you have community members reach out to you. If you have someone, please have, we have our contact information. Please have them contact us, because we want to make, it's very important for all of us that are up here that we pay our individuals the amount of money that they're due when they're due, right? And if we have a mistake, we want to correct that immediately to make them whole, right? So that's really important for us, always, right?
Thank you.
Comment,
Yes, go ahead.
Superintendent. How many years have we used them?
I'm gonna have to defer to somebody else. I mean, I was a principal when they started, I believe. Mr. So might have been on the board when they first began.
I don't recall.
Perhaps, you know?
I do.
I'll stop talking.
We started services in April of 2019.
Okay, that's what I thought. So my question would be, do we have a cost benefit analysis of their services versus what we were doing and how we were doing it prior to that?
So when they were first hired, that was done?
That's correct. It was with Kyle, what was Kyle's last name?
Yes. And that's something that could be done again. I mean, if that's something the board would request.
Madam President, I certainly would like a cost benefit analysis done as to the considerations of savings and the investment. Thank you.
Superintendent, if you could add that to your list.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay.
And also, is your dad Harry James?
He's my grandpa.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I work with him. He's a welder.
He's the reason why I'm here. He taught me a lot. So in that sense, he's like, shake hands with everybody, don't be shy, talk, he goes. And though you didn't catch a lunch together, I don't talk that much now, but because of him, because he said, learn the English language. And so as that sense, that's what I'm here for. And these guys wanted somebody from this area, because from what I've been told, it's nobody from the district, and even when he hired me, I asked him questions, and I was like, is this going on? What are you going to do about this? And I was literally in an interview for 2 to 3 hours asking questions like, okay, this is an issue that I see. When I was a student, this is what I saw. And I didn't graduate from Newcomer or the Central Consolidated School District. I went away because there was no teachers during my senior class. So I went to Bloomfield. I graduated from Bloomfield. And that's the reason why I came back, is because I saw a job opening as accounts manager, and I read all the descriptions and everything. And I said, yeah, I can do this. And my grandpa too, because he's a welder. He was a boss. He's just the main manager guy. So in that sense, he raised me. He's like, you got to think ahead. This is what you got to think. So when I got in this position, and now that I've been here for 2 months, no, going on 3 months, I've done a lot more than what previous accounts managers have. I've gone out to the community, and now that I'm in office, I'm telling subs, come here, come there. And as for the older generations, I get with paychecks. Older generations are not technologically savvy, which that is a problem with paychecks, but I tell them, come to me. If you cannot explain it to me in English, come to me and explain to me in Navajo. I understand. I'll get you, and I'll meet you there. I'll meet you halfway.
And, you know, I voice this, I advocate on part of the people that, you know, contact me. And I wish everything was going smoothly, you know, but in the end, the priority is the students. And then I really appreciate you have first-hand knowledge as being a student not too long ago. And so I appreciate that, but as you know, you know, these teachers and these educators, just like Miss Billy that was here and some of the ones that were recognized, you know, it's how their whole attitude is, and that's the only way that our students are going to succeed. And so if we have subs that are coming in, you know, first of all, they shouldn't come in with the attitude, but you know how, I mean, let's be realistic. If your pay, if things are not being handled, then they are going to come in like that.
Yeah, that's one of my concerns, like I said, is like I know the community I'm from here, so I understand their attitude, and that was one of my concerns. I was like, okay, this is what I need to do, and have I been firm with a lot of my subs, and I have removed all those subs that were giving problems to my teachers. I said, you guys, this is not going to work. Even in my new hires, I tell them this is not going to work if you do not put the kids first. Respect the kids, respect their teachers. Teachers are here to teach them. You're going to give them respect, they're going to give you respect. Treat people how you want to be treated. And that's what I really emphasize in my interviews and to my subs. I always tell them, good morning, how are you? And I shake their hand. And even in person to everybody in the HR office, I'm like, good morning, hello. And that's just how I am. And of course, I do understand the community. We're going to have attitudes, but I really love my teachers. Growing up, I love my teachers, but, and now I say that for my students. I'm like, okay, respect them, subs, be there for your teachers, you are there to help. Do not give attitudes. If you're gonna give attitude, no, this is not it. This is not the place for it. This is the reason why we're here. This is the reason why I'm here, is to make sure things go good for this school district. And that's why I want to say thank you for the board members. Like, yeah, I want to be here in this position with ESS and as an accounts manager in this school district.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just real quick, what in terms of numbers, how many ESS employees do you have right now working in Central?
Actually, 252.
Okay, 252. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Letter C, DESSA, assessment information by Ms. Lewis and staff.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry I'm not there. We have a TAC meeting going on at the same time. We're having Wi-Fi issues over there at UW, so I apologize I'm not there. Real quickly, let me introduce myself. Dinliyoruz en istiyordu, naşkalı, aşkınlığı. Sağlıklı nefes için bir tane de şeydo, sanatçı idaşınları. I'm originally from Rockford, and I came to the CPSB late July and started with EVP Stokely as the principal. And just kind of background on me is that I have been in the educational field for 35 years. And going on to 18 years being an administrator, so I served in various roles as an assistant professor as well, two colleges, and then college and also National Technical University. So, and then my expertise is in fire safety, meaning I served as a volunteer fire personnel for many years, so that's who I am. So I'm going to go ahead and present on the DESA. DESA is the acronym for Devereaux, assessment for students for SEL, which is our social emotional learning program. How DESA came to be is last year, school year 23-24, the Eva B. Stokely leadership team came together, of course, with the staff. I'm assuming, they went through and looked at some areas of improvement that Eva B. Stokely needed. One area, of course, others are academic, but this was one area, is having to do with student incidents. in the data, when I was looking at the data sets for Eva B. Stokely for student incidents, they had a baseline data of 45% student incidents. And that's almost half the students having incidence rates, meaning out of school suspension, major or minor. So and I'm assuming this is what happened, and because I do question the leadership team beginning of this year, looking at that data from last year, 23-24, they implemented a program called Second Step, which I'm familiar with. I did use it at the former school I was at with my counselor. It is a really good program, just so you know that I do have knowledge of the Second Step. With that Second Step program, the implementation began last year into this year. So when I came on board, I'm new to public school, so never been with a public school, so everything is new to me. I'm learning as I go along. But one really neat thing, every school here has a 90-day plan. So in that 90-day plan, which was developed for this year, 24-25, that one of the focus areas is in SEL, social emotional learning, and that curriculum is Second Step. So having said that, there are indicator dates that the team came up with. So at the beginning of this year, this will be year 2 of the Second Step program being used in Eva B. Stokely. Coming into this year, in their 90-day plan, it does state that by September 2024, beginning of year DESA Second Step assessment is going to be completed. So when I got here, I went on a huge learning curve. I'm thankful to all the staff that are here. They've been very helpful, principals, Mr. Deswood, thank you so much. But having said that, with that, I asked if the DESA was already ordered for the Second Step program, which is the SEL program. When we look back at the time, we had Mr. Smith, who was our financial secretary. He indicated that he wasn't sure. So just then changeover happened. Mr. Smith left us to go to district. So he's at district, and of course he did come back to assist us again. We got a new financial secretary, and somehow the DESA was not ordered, but it is in the 90-day plan. I want to reemphasize the 90-day plan because that's the plan we go by, what we're going to do by the end of the year, or what our goals are, SMART goals. So with that, we ordered it finally when our new financial secretary came on board. It came in. So for our beginning of the year DESA assessment, that didn't occur. So we had to push our DESA assessment to middle of the year. So now we are at middle of the year. We're trying to get all the data together to make sure that we have it for the data for the DESA assessment. So this assessment is going to give us an idea of what the students' needs are. We all know that we came off of the pandemic. Within the pandemic, there are studies that show that students, and not just students, but employees and parents, people at home, they did go through traumatic experiences through the pandemic with the lockdowns. You can't do this, you can't do that. And so there was a need everywhere nationwide for some kind of social emotional learning curriculum. And so that's what happened. And so when we looked at the data set for this one, like I said, 45% student incident rate is very high. So coming to this year, now we looked at the data again for middle of the year for our student incidents. We are at 5%. So the goal for December was to decrease the student incident rates by 10% from the baseline data of 45% from last year. So we surpassed that. Right now we're sitting at 5%, which is good. But we want to learn more about what impacted that. We don't really have an assessment or something to tell us, data to tell us, okay, because of the second step implementation is that what lowered our student incident rate. So DESA is going to give us an idea or give us some data sets to take a look at to see, is this what really did impact our students? So having said that, there were some changes that the staff wanted to make. You all know we have the dual language program, and with that program, there's some requirements, mandates. So because of that, some of the time limitations we have, it turned into a class, an actual class. So Ms. Pino, our counselor, is the one that's teaching the self in her classroom during counseling sessions. So that's what's happening now at our school. And so now we have good data, meaning the incident rates have gone down drastically, but now we need to take a look at the actual, the DESA. Oh, thank you. So this is what it looks like. Right now we are in the, we haven't started the screening yet because we still need to train our, the individuals, the teachers that are going to be doing the assessment. It's 60 seconds, it takes 60 seconds a child to 60 seconds to a minute, to 2 minutes, I mean. And so we're still going through some of the trainings. We want to be able to take a look at the data sets to see if this is what data sets we're going to be taking a look at. So with this, okay, there it is. When we look at the DESA competencies, there are certain areas that they look at. And when they did a study on this, the reduction in referrals for students came down to 39%. Reduction in school suspensions came down to 39%. And this is their study on nationwide of the use of the second step and then the DESA as the assessment tool. And then 79% out of school suspension. So like I said earlier, looking at the data with the staff, the student incidents have drastically come down. And this is K through 5th, pre-K through 5th grade. So I don't know if there's any questions regarding the DESA. I'm not sure if I have any leadership team members. I did ask them to join. I don't know if there's any online.
But the only question I have is, do you have an example of what this assessment looks like? Because right now, I'm trying to look online of what this looks like and how you actually assess students if that's what the intention is.
So there is an example, and I can share that with you. So there's an example of one. So there are questions like, and so these are social emotional skills for students. And some of the questions are like, offer help to somebody. Never. So the answers would be never, rarely, occasionally, frequently, and very frequently. And so teachers would be the ones to assess the students. Do they never do that, or do they rarely do that? So they work with the students to see how they answer. And then I can email this to you. And this is directly in correlation to the second step program for the DESA assessment. So there's about 26 questions for one, and it is K through 5 for this one. And I can send it to Ms. Ray, and she can maybe send it to you all. The other part of the social emotional learning is to help our children because of this non-contact for so long. It seems like we're having, I know it because the other school I was at, we had a lot of student discipline issues, a lot of it having to do with not being able to work in a group, or sometimes being able to share whatever tools they're going to use for learning. It could be crayons, it could be a puzzle. So those types of things, we're having a lot of disruption issues. So for this one, the students actually do get rated, and I think I sent that one to you all. There is an example of how, so it will go, after we do the rating, the DESA will break it down for us, and it will tell us which areas our students need skills in. So if it's something having to do with sharing, then that's a skill that we need to teach them. The other thing is all the way down to empathy. You know, do our students have empathy to help one another? Those are actual skills that we teach students because of the break and not being among each other, the students. So it's almost like relearning skills that they maybe forgot when they were just at home. And now that we're all back in school fully and we're relearning some of these skills, even though it's been a couple of years now. So some of the competencies are along the lines of the growth mindset, goal setting. Do they know how to do goal setting? We do set up goals for the students. The teachers do that with the students, which I'm really impressed by. All the teachers do that. The other one would be emotion management. We do have those students that are not able to self-regulate. And so we have to actually teach them those skills. So we're going through some of those right now. Empathy and kindness, and then problem solving. So when you really think about these skill sets, this not only applies to as students, but also as a child to their parent, as a sibling to their siblings. And then as they grow, they're going to become teenagers, they're going to go into the workplace, and they're going to have to use these skills in the workplace. So nowadays, if you look at companies, organizations, a lot of it is teamwork. Do our students and children know how to work in a team? There's always that give and take. You know, my opinion matters, your opinion matters, but we have to meet in the middle and come to consensus with certain things. You can't always have everything your way, but that also is the skills to accept, okay, I can accept this and I will use this, whatever we're discussing or whatever goal we're trying to get to, we'll change it because it's gonna work better if we do it this way. So it's a lot of skill teaching, and it's really based on the second step curriculum that was implemented last year. So I'm really, really excited about the second step. That I know. The DESA is kind of new to me, the assessment piece, but the second step program I have used at the other schools. Other questions?
Board members, any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is I don't know where to start, Ms. Lewis. You have different categories here. Suspensions and it seems like well, at first I thought of it as another what was that Toodles thing?
Oh, PAX.
PAX. That's what I was kind of thinking, it was PAX, and but it sounds more if you had 2 minutes to explain your program, can you explain it to me, Ms. Lewis?
30 seconds.
Yeah, 30
The second step or the DESA?
Yes, sir.
DESA.
Okay, so the DESA program, or that one is the assessment piece to the second step. So you know how you have math, you have Eureka Math, you teach it and then you assess it by giving a test to see how well your students did. This is the same thing. Second step is the curriculum, the DESA is the assessment piece. And so it gives us an idea, gives us a picture of what our students need, whether it's sharing, you know, that's one of the skills, how to work in a group, that's one of the skills, how to have empathy, do they have empathy, and how do we need to teach the students those skills. So it's you know, it's two different pieces that go together. And earlier I was saying that I did use second step at the other school I was at. It's a really good program, curriculum. The only piece I had never seen was the DESA part because we had just started implementation too at the other school. But I seen second step, it does work. And like I said earlier in the data, we are down to 5% student incident rate right now from 45% last year.
You know, I'm not familiar with all the teachers in the district. Are you CCSD teacher? Miss Lewis?
Yes.
You are?
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
principal for Eva B. Stokely.
Okay, and so how did, I guess my thinking with all the mandates and what comes down the pipeline, and then you had the upper chain of the organization, and then we have a principal in that chain that's wanting this curriculum or this assessment is, and then we hear later, well, I'm gonna put it blank. I'm just gonna put it out there. Okay, we are in January, so this is way after half of the school term, and so how is this supposed to benefit other than distracting? I don't want to use distracting. Teachers and, you know, for everybody to learn this, what you're putting out there, and the students to learn. And to me, I feel like that's going to take time, and then it's it just throws things off. To me, that's my opinion. Had it been earlier in the semester or earlier in the school year, I think maybe then it would have been good. And I may not be saying it well, but you know, those are my thoughts.
Any other comments?
Yes, I do. I have some questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Kind of going off of what Ms. Asmus is saying, my question, Superintendent, is in light of the comment that was just made, did the district do any research? And I know she was talking about second step and this being this collects the data and evaluates. Is it directly in conjunction with, or is this something separate from second step?
I'm going to go ahead and I'll start the answer, and then I'll go ahead and allow the principal to finish up. To my knowledge, it sounds like it complements and just sort of evaluates the program that's already in place. More of that,
Yes.
more of an evaluation tool.
So it's part of second step. It's the assessment for second step. Is that absolutely correct?
I don't know that it's a mandated second part of it, but that's what it's being used for.
That's how it's being used.
Yeah. And Ms. Lewis, jump in.
Well, before you go any further, how come you don't know, Superintendent?
This is something that was decided on by a staff, and we give them a certain amount of autonomy in terms of the assessments. And this was something that was supposed to, according to Ms. Lewis, have, like you mentioned, the second semester, you know, why is this beginning now? It was supposed to be begun in the fall to measure that particular program and its success. and it's part of their 90-day plan, and so something that we approve of.
So my question would be, if I heard this correctly, Ms. Lewis, this was already in the 90-day plan, nothing that was a construct of the 90-day plan that the school put together this school year, is that correct? Am I saying that correct?
Yes, you're correct. Can I add that to that?
Sure, please.
With this cell program, it's not the first year they're using the cell, the second step. Last year they started the second step, 23-24, and so this is the second year of implementation. So just kind of highlight to all of the board members and superintendent and Mr. Deswood that the data does show there's a huge decrease in student incidents. So this program actually is impacting the student incident portion. So we were last year, 23-24, we were at 45% student incident rate. That's how many of ours, that's almost half the student population that had some type of student incident or discipline in their file. So when we look at the data this year, as of December, we're at 5%. So the program itself and the implementation, how that happened last year, I don't know, because we don't really have any data on that other than the implementation. So we said we really want to look at data set for this, because we want to know if this is really impactful, just like the way the data shows, then it's something we need to continue. And research shows that it does take 3 to 5 years to really show a longitudinal data analysis to see if it's working or not. So it was already in the 90-day plan. It was started last year. And I didn't want to change anything. I did put it out there for the staff. What do you all think? This is what we went with.
So again, my question is really what you're responding to is the second step and not actually the DESA, because you haven't even implemented the DESA, correct?
We're going to implement it now.
But
this,
you haven't.
This month?
You have not.
No, we have not.
Okay, so at this point, you're responding again basically to second step and the data that you're pulling from second step and the reduction in behavior, which, quite frankly, I appreciate that. And my concern is in regards to DESA. So in respects to the utilization of a program, even an assessment program, I asked the superintendent in respects to that, knowing that when you start digging deep, did the district data department, and I know there's supposed to be a research branch, did they look into DESA and investigate it and read about it, the pros and cons of that? Because
yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Deswood.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Carlson, colleagues, Principal Lewis, staff, anybody listening out there. So this program was definitely came about because of the data, right? Using data-driven decisions. Last year, the leadership team and the principal decided that this program could help them identify and track their incidents and how to decrease those incidents. So this program, like Principal Lewis stated, it was in their 90-day plan. However, on January 13th, Mr. Venturina sent me and my department a email inquiring about if the program had been vetted yet, which we just failed to follow the process for vetting the programs. So a couple days later, it was asked to be put on the board agenda. So our department had not reviewed the program yet. However, the previous day I had met with Dr. Mike at Sepetut Middle School, and she was sharing very similar data with me that they were tracking in their school, but they were using Capturing Kids' Hearts. And she shared 21 points of data where students had improved as far as student well-being, self-efficacy, how they feel in the classroom. So then one of my questions to my team was, are we collecting data like this already with Capturing Kids' Hearts or with PACS? And board member Aspis is correct. PACS does collect data like spleen counts, but we do have some schools that don't like, or some staff that don't like to do spleen counts. So this is in response to a program where kids can assess it, assess where they are as far as how they feel within the school. And like I said, we just skipped the process, and to vet the program in a couple more days, we would have approved the program. And of course, like we've noticed, we dropped the ball, and I'll accept that responsibility from my department. And we should have made sure that what was implemented in that 90-day plan was being carried out.
Okay, so having said that, I appreciate the fact that you did that and you take that responsibility. Now, I did my own little deep dive in this. And one of the bigger concerns for me is that the information, the data, one, who is it going to? Don't answer the questions, please. I want to state some things that I found, and that it comes to a larger question, because you're talking about Aperture, the company that actually implements and collects that data on a national scale, because they do their own analysis of that data. So as we spoke about, not just Thursday, but in prior school board meetings about research being done, and that's what they're doing, is collecting research and utilizing that data to come up and help solve those issues and concerns. Has this organization gone, just as we said in the last meeting, to the Navajo Nation Human Research and Review Board to be able to utilize our students on the Navajo Nation and that information that they're collecting? We just had a conversation at the beginning of this board meeting about data breach. And again, when you look deeper into even their own website and about opt-outs, the COPPA, Children Online Privacy Protection Act, parents have a right to revoke. Are we speaking directly to the parents? Is it in Navajo? Is it in Tagalog? Is it in Spanish? Are we bringing them aside and say, you do not have to participate, your child does not have to participate? Do they know and understand that their children under the ages of 13, protected by this law, the COPPA law, legally are not bound to give them any kind of information, and if they do, they're supposed to get rid of it immediately? So it's those kinds of things. Is it culturally relevant? Are they taking those things into consideration when they look at these assessments and collecting that data? That's kind of where I'm coming from in respect to that, about the program, who decided, what kind of research was done, the sign off by admin. Once the assessment is completed, where does the data go? And then, because there's 40 questions on that assessment, and some of the reviews that I read, because in New York, it was 830 schools they went to implement it, and the Department of Education caught hell from parents because they thought it was an overreach. And even some of the questions, and the questions were from the parents, are the educators asking these questions qualified even to ask the questions, to make those kind of assumptions? Are those questions biased? Are their own opinions, when they're being answered to, are they putting their own bias into the response? So to me, because it wasn't vetted, certainly not deep enough, and again, considering where we are and considering the Navajo Nation's Human Research and Review Board, there's way too many questions out that I have. And again, the opt-out, the lack of detailed explanations. What about our SPED students, ones at the IEPs? Are the parents going to have access to that data? Again, are the teachers really qualified? So there's a lot. I've got a page and a half. I spent a lot of time looking that up. And it's not because I'm not for But to Ms. Aspas's point, we have PACs, and you alluded to that. You alluded to capturing hearts. And I've talked about this before when we were talking about issues and concerns and services that we have even just within the school district in and of itself. You go into community schools, they provide extra resources for support like family counseling, access to medical services, and getting food, all of which directly impact a child's mental health. We have social workers, we have master level social workers, we have counselors in the schools, we have PACs, we have HMH, we have Caring Hearts, we have MTSS. All these things are built in to attend to some level of SEL for our students. PBIS, the same thing, positive behavior intervention supports. You know, all of those things, restorative justice down in those classrooms when you're dealing with some of these issues like bullying. And then one of the ones that the teachers were complaining about in New York was time consumption. And they make it sound really nice and pretty, 60 seconds, you're done. Anybody that was trying to implement it in New York would tell you it doesn't. It takes a lot more time than that. So to me, there's a lot more questions that have not been answered and that has not been vetted. And again, with the positive second step that Ms. Lewis was talking about, the data they collected just from that program alone tells you there's been a reduction. And again, from what you were hearing from the principal at TBA, and again, those basic pragmatic collection of data that they have within that school is a much, much quicker response. And again, the fear that I have is that data going to a third party in the Navajo Nation or the district didn't sign off on the allowance of these students' data to be collected and gone somewhere else. Who knows where? Again, God help us or help them if they have a data breach. So, but anyways, I know that was a bucket full and a half, Madam President.
I have
Thank
another.
you. Go ahead.
So with all that said, you know, I think a year ago, 2 years ago, I sat in on a meeting and held here. I think it was a JOM thing, and one of the schools that came was one of the tribal BIE schools, and I remember that superintendent getting up and saying that when he became superintendent, he really put his foot down on programs and making sure there was no redundancy. And with all that, he really went in and asked. He found that what was happening is people would go off to conferences and they go to these expos or these sessions, and then they presented a whole new something like this, and then they come back and they bring it back, and then it just sits there. And then for years and years, he found all these material that they were no longer using, no longer textbooks, things, you know, related to those. And but he really cleaned up and started asking the questions, and then made it known as superintendent that he wanted no redundancy. And I believe in the I guess how they mark or in the grading of his school, he came out on top. And I think and it takes somebody really bold in the spine, you know, to say those things and stick to it. You know, for me, there's a lot that I still don't understand, but you know, just seeing some of the titles here, I hear of, and can't say which particular one, but I think these have already been covered. And thank you for being honest and And I don't know where we go from here, because I agree with, Board Member, Montoya on the fact that it has not been heard in front of Navajo Nation. And I don't, as I said the last meeting, you know, if they give the yay or nay. And so I don't know what happens from here, from this point on, but I feel like it's I don't know.
Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead.
In light of what Ms. Aspa said, and again, that Ms. Lewis has stated that they've collected that data from that first year of implementation, the first step, and they've seen a reduction in and of itself. And if it's just being the second step being implemented there at Eva B, and that's the only place that they're utilizing it, well, then let them collect that data and utilize that data and make those changes and adjustments. I'm of the opinion that we don't need to get a third-party assessment that has not been vetted, as Ms. Aspa said, per the Navajo Nation's review processes, to be able to do that with our students, particularly on the reservation. Now, I do know that in New York, when they implemented that program, they spent $18 million for 3 years. I don't think we're paying that, but you're talking about 800 plus schools, so it lessened the overall cost per school. However, and again, I don't know what the cost was regarding what is occurring specifically for just Eva B, but I think we need to take a very serious look at this, because again, to what Ms. Aspa says, to me, I see this as a redundancy. And a couple of years ago, we discussed that. And it was said to the board that we're trying not to add more onto the plates of the teachers. Well, guess what this does? Even though they're gonna say, well, it's only twice a year. Extra work is extra work. When we're trying to focus specifically on improving grades, and we already have processes in place to collect that data for SEL. Again, you have counselors in the buildings, you have the teachers, you have the social workers, you have the CAT team as well, which I forgot to mention. That's another layer of redundancy, to me, is not helpful, especially with these teachers and to these kids, the students that we have in these buildings. And I know it's just at that one. However, again, I think we need to reconsider, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Some of the concerns that I had were vocalized too, in terms of all the programs that we have going concurrently in the district. If we invest in one program, I think we should standardize it across the school district based on what the outcome, the supposed outcomes are supposed to be. I think there's so many different ones. Could we get a listing of all the different programs that we have in our school district, so we can actually look at that? Because even just from Mr. Deswood speaking, he mentioned the cyber, is it cyber? Capturing children's hearts, PACS, and this DESA, and then the others that Mr. Montoya had mentioned. So I would like to get a whole listing of all the different, all the things that we have going in our school district. I think it's, and that was a concern that had been brought up before, was people attending conferences and bringing those things back. So that was really, and then to know that it has been vetted, those are just like some big concerns. You have any?
Yeah, for me, how do I go back? I think for myself, I'm generally supportive of this type of program, because the way I see it and the questions that are being asked is about, it goes back to some of the questions you really can't look at when it comes to student assessments and data, and that's looking at the other big picture about school culture, school climate, whether students feel safe, whether they feel welcome. All these are very valid data points in terms of trying to find out about what's going on at EVB still beyond just the assessment. And this is attempting to dig deeper with this type of assessment. So I really don't think there's much harm in trying to implement this program. And as far as like trying to involve other people in decision making, all that's already covered, I think, under our current policies. I mean, I really don't think there's a need to I mean, this is not a research project or study, but this really is a tool in-house that we're using at this particular school for this purpose. Is that correct?
That is correct. So that, like I said, the leadership team came up with this program to help support their progress with social emotional learning, to help students decrease their incidents.
So if the outcome is what you're trying to get at, I'm just a little bit perplexed why there's a lot of confusion. So maybe I think if that was explained from the get-go about why this is here, why this particular survey or this tool is being used, that would probably clarify the confusion. But for me, I do understand why this is needed. So maybe, I'm not sure if there's like a competing study or program that's in other schools, but this sounds like this is what this particular school chose to use for their purposes. Is that correct?
That is correct. In fact, that's what Mr. Carlson alluded to. Like some of these decisions, we do leave up to the principal and the team to come up with, because if we were to get a program for everybody to do, then we get pushback from them. But like I said, with their 90-day plan, this was what the team thought would be best for their school community.
Okay. Thank you.
May I? So, with that said, Mr. Deswood, how many principals do we have?
15.
So if we have 15 great ideas, we're gonna have 15 different things?
Yes and no. Like I said before, we do have a process which was not in place 2 or 3 years ago, which was why we had 60 or 70 different programs. So a couple years ago, Mr. Venturina, the DART department and our department came up with a process that schools are supposed to follow so we can vet the programs, like I said. In my questioning of the principal and their team was, and my team was, is this something we already do? Because, like I said, I had heard the day before Dr. Mike sharing her data that was, the questions were very similar to the questions that are in this survey or this tool. That's why I was saying, and that's part of the vetting process so that we don't have competing programs. In fact, Mr. Carlson just sent us a HIT, high impact tutoring program. I checked with my team to see if we already do this. We already do with high dosage tutoring. So we said we need to hold back on this because we don't want teachers doing multiple things. So for the last couple of years, we've really been trying to streamline the number of programs. In fact, we've lost programs because we don't have a lot of usage. So we've really tried to cut down the number of programs that our schools are purchasing. And I can guarantee you, our schools are not going to professional development and saying, hey, this new thing, we need to do it, because we've really been focusing on supporting teachers, supporting principals, so that, and you know, like we said, good practices that are going on in the school, that's what we need to duplicate in our classrooms that are not as strong. Thank you.
Again, I think the only thing I've heard was that, you know, it was voted on by the staff, Miss Lewis, and it's great that, you know, everybody has a say, and not just something, you know, we're gonna do this and that's that, but still the precedence and what stops this, and then I think we're just really gonna have to get a hold on these things, because it's no different than things. Shoot, we just have, like, you know, Santa Fe just started today, and what next month, what are we gonna be dealing with? And that's not even just Santa Fe, but what about nationally? What are we gonna be dealing with? And so, you know, I hate to be wasteful, because there's already been time and commitment by Miss Lewis, and I, you know, don't want to. That's why I keep saying I don't know at this point, because somebody that goes out and puts in the work, the time, the effort. I certainly don't want to squash that. But those rules, I guess, or policies or whatever, they're there for a reason. Thank you.
Did you have anything else to include, Miss Lewis?
Yes, just one other, I guess, piece of something to think about. When we're looking at data sets, one of the things that we always look at is our academic assessments. So me and my team, we're constantly talking about, okay, where are we doing, what are our strengths, what is it we need to work on, needs for improvement. So when we were looking at the data sets for our ELA, which is part of our 90-day plan, and also the math, which is also part of the 90-day plan, one of the things that we found out, which also goes along the lines of our statewide testing, which is MESA and IMESA. I'm still getting used to that acronym. So we found out that beginning of the year, so think about this along the lines of we were all children, we were all students at one time. So if you're being bullied or harassed, pretend you're the student, that impacts your learning or your want to learn, right? So when we look at data, we also look at the academic data sets. So beginning of the year to the middle of the year, we increased our on-target students for reading from 15% to 28%, which gave us an increase of 13%. That is more than what our SMART goal was set for. We originally said by December, this December 2024, that our grade level 3-5 are going to get a 5% increase. We surpassed that EBS 3rd to 5th grade. So that kind of gives you an idea that, the cell part is also a huge component of learning. We need to make our students feel good and to motivate them. And that's how they become motivated learners. They have that growth mindset. And so, just kind of food for thought for you all, that our scores are looking good. Even in the math, we had a 10% gain increase, and our goal was 5% to December. So just imagine we continue with this cell program and what kind of results we're going to get with academic side. So I just wanted to kind of include that and kind of have you think about, we're talking about the whole child, not just the cell part, but also the academic. So that's kind of something I just wanted to end with. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Comment.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lewis, or question, I'm sorry. But again, what you're talking about that you've captured is that second step, and you have not used DESA for the assessment part of it to actually evaluate what you've collected. What you've collected and what you expressed to us was just specifically for the second step implementation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So really this DESSA at this point in time is irrelevant to what you've already done. So, and that's why I say, to me, when you're utilizing that information that you've captured, and I think, I'm not going to put words in Ms. Aspas's mouth, I think the consideration is that locally where you're at, that's where that information is being utilized, and you can make those adjustments based off the data that you're collecting. So my question is, what's the point of the third party coming in and collecting that data and being utilized for their purpose rather than yours specifically? Because you've already put the data out there. You have that. You just presented that to us. And again, liken that to what Mr. Dessler was saying about TBA and their principal and the data they've collected and utilized. That's all done in-house. So just a question.
Can I answer that question?
Sure.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Montoya. So this second step program is the assessment piece is the DESA part. It's not another person that's going to come into our school and do the assessment. It's us that are going to do it, and we're going to use it to see where our needs are for our students. So if they don't feel safe, then what are we going to do about that? If they don't, feel scared, what are we going to do about that? And so it's going to give us a better picture of what each student needs. So when we get the report, the results of the assessment piece, then we look at that data set to see where our students need improvement or need help with those skill sets. So that's what DESA is. It's not, somebody else coming in. It's us. We're going to be the one that's going to be implementing it, just like we're doing it with the second step.
I understand that and I respect that, but again, it's still a third party that's looking at that data. And you just stated it. That's what they're doing. That information is going to them. They're looking at it, they're assessing it, they're going to quantify what they've collected and report back to you. And then again, my question was initially at the beginning was, so what do you do with it? Who provides the services? If you have those extreme cases, then who services the child? See, so it's more than just asking questions, getting an answer, and saying, okay, well, A, B, C, and D.
Go ahead, Mr. Deswood.
Just really quickly, so the question set is what they're getting access to. For example, like I was saying, the 21 questions that Dr. Mike was reading to me, those questions were the questions that Capturing Kids' Hearts provides us to use so we can see where we can provide support for our students or teachers. Very similar, DESA gives the assessment. How it was, what did I hear, 40 questions that the kids and the staff take. It gives them probably on a 5-point Likert scale. Maybe they have a 3 on, students don't feel safe with their teacher. So then that data, the principal can talk with the staff and say, staff take a look at this. When our students were assessed or given this assessment, quiz, 4.0 or 3.2%, 3 point on of everybody that took this assessment, they scored a 3.2 out of 5. What are we going to do to support this kid in raising that score for them feeling safe to share something with an adult? Not only that, but what happens is some of those questions are tailored to say, oh, look, our kids do feel safe coming to school. So this program that they want to use is giving the set of questions that they can ask their kids. Otherwise, it would be, what is it called? Whenever we borrow something that we don't have access or we didn't pay for, right? So that's what this program is about.
Thank you. Thank you for the information.
I have another comment or question. Is it possible that we could have a difference of what PED assesses and then this, and then are you able to give this DESA assessment to PED and say no?
So one of the clearinghouses that our federal programs kind of follows is like the What's Work Clearinghouse, which if you talk with our CSI principals, in order for federal funds to buy these programs, it does have to clear the What's Work Clearinghouse. Stacy, Dane, do you remember the other programs, Ann? Remember the other sites? DESA is actually in the site as approved, because what these sites do is they say that whenever there's a studies out there that say whenever schools use this particular program, it leads to improved student outcomes. Whether it's SEL, teacher support, teachers safety within the school. So it did clear the What's Work Clearinghouse. There's some other databases out there that the PED or the federal government tells school to use. In fact, that's the criteria that we're looking at, because our 6 CSI schools this past year had to, anything that they wanted to purchase had to be in those clearinghouses as far as there was efficacy in the study. I hope that answered the question.
No, you did. But we need to move on the agenda, but if you could, Superintendent, if we could get more information about DESA, email to us, because we didn't receive anything, there was nothing in the board packet. And then all the questions in regards to the programs that we have in the school district.
Yes.
And then it would be really good if we could include the efficacy, the rating on those programs.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So next on the agenda is D, graduation information by high school principals.
Superintendent, can you keep us informed on that,
Yes.
please?
Okay. Shiprock High School. You are moving around.
So Sharon coming first.
Yeah. It looked like you were.
Yeah, I'm ready. I am ready. Good evening, Board President Haskey, Vice President Wells, Secretary So, and members Aspis and Montoya, and Mr. Carlson, who's over there. So we have a little bit of updated numbers from Shiprock High School since December. So we currently have 117 seniors. 4 juniors moved up in December to senior status. Out of those 117, 115 are on track to graduate if all classes are passed. 2 of them are going to need to take some more classes either summer or in the fall. 3 seniors graduated in December. And so there's 118 students possible to walk in May right now. 1 senior will complete their associate's degree by May. And we do know at this point that this semester we had 54 seniors who passed 59 dual credit courses per semester. So we're still staying fairly well on top of our dual credit students getting dual credits and moving on into college. Our interventions haven't changed a lot. We do graduation grade checks. They're performed every 2 weeks throughout the school year by our CCR and our senior counselor. They met today to go through every single senior's transcript to make sure they've got every single class. They double check that at least 3 or 4 times a year to make sure we don't get to April and go, that student still needs help. So, you know, they do that. They meet frequently. We do send letters and robocalls to parents on attendance and grades. We try to do that bi-weekly. I've actually started a new thing that's probably going to frustrate some parents, but I've been running what we would call an L3 for first hour, because first hour we tend to have kids who are 10 to 20 minutes late. So I run that report after first hour and I send a robocall out to those parents. Hey, your student was more than 10 minutes late today. This is, you know, a loss of at least 20% of their first hour instruction. Just to try to get them coming in, and that list is getting shorter, so maybe the robocalls are working. Plus I've been meeting with the students face to face. We do have a student intervention team that meets weekly, and they determine what students and families need to be contacted, whether or not it's with an attendance contract, students are failing classes, if they're at risk of not graduating, we try to bring those in and talk to those parents and those students. The students meet with their counselor, myself, my APs, and the College and Career Readiness Coordinator when they're at risk due to grades or attendance. If we see them start to fall off, we're trying to jump on that right away to get them in. The only time that doesn't work is when it's a huge attendance problem and the kid's just not there to get a hold of, when nobody's picking up a phone, but generally we can get them in there and talk to them. An intervention period has been built into the daily schedule for credit recovery courses to make up any failed credits or complete additional college coursework. That's at the end of the day. We actually use that if students start to fail a class and say they're a basketball player and they're in athletics. We'll pull them out of that basketball class and make them go to intervention until they get caught up, so that they've got time to do that. And then right now we're using it for credit recovery. If anybody failed courses for semester, they can make that credit up right now this quarter during 7th period. And those are taught by a teacher. They are not online classes. After school tutoring is available 4 nights a week. Part of that's high dosage tutoring, part of it's regular tutoring, and we do have some kids who do some credit recovery with a teacher in the evening. And lunch tutoring is offered by many teachers every day. So that's how we're supporting our kids, trying to keep them on track. So that's where we are at. Any questions?
No, I think your robocalls for the 10 minutes, beyond 10 minutes is great.
Thank you.
Anything that works.
Yeah, I hope so.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next, let's see who's on there. Kirtland Central High School.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, colleagues, community. Kirtland Central High School, we currently have 168 seniors. Out of that 168, 4 met graduation requirements this past December, and they're moving forward they're still taking dual credit classes and will graduate in 25. We had 9 juniors that moved to senior status. 1 student's gonna be graduating with their associate's degree from San Juan College. And 2 students will be graduating early, so they're age 3, but they'll be graduating in May. So we currently have 172 students that are slated to walk in May. As far as interventions, what we're doing to assist the students, definitely after school credit recovery, high dosage tutoring. We are really encouraging the after school program and the high dosage tutoring because we found it to be more effective than the online VLN courses. So we do have less than 10 students in our VLN, and the majority are making up credits in the after school program. Our SPED support has been phenomenal as far as with inclusion classes and our case managers following up. We do have advisory that meet with our students. They do a wellness check, but they also do grade checks at least once a month for them. We definitely have been really utilizing our social workers at the school. If we do meet with students that are failing, we try to set them up with supports so that they can get back on track. In addition to our restorative solutions, the students get one-on-one support. We're also utilizing our attendance incentives and award ceremonies. We should have one coming up here in February that awards are outstanding. I believe we have 7 perfect attendance students that we'll be recognizing, as well as students on our AB honor roll. So we do have our Ignite program that assigns mentors so that they do peer tutoring. A lot of our seniors take advantage of that. In addition to SHS, we do the robocalls to the parents regarding attendance. One initiative that we are really pushed the first 2 weeks was we tried to get the students that were consistently either late or absent, and so far those students have been attending. We've set up meetings with parents for those students that may be at risk of falling behind during the semester, sending out senior letters, and then our CCR support. Do you have any questions?
Am I able to question?
Go ahead.
With the, with respect to the family, was that student senior?
The student was a junior student.
Okay, what, I got an email saying 2 students, but one was just from Kirtland?
Both students were from the Kirtland area. One student was from Kirtland Central High School, and the other student was from Kerr Prep.
Oh, no.
But he was part of our community.
Mm-hmm. Well, my condolences. I'm sure as a principal, you carry that loss too. So, yeah, that was my thoughts, is if he was a senior. And, but it looks to me like you have some really good interventions, and just the one thing that I want to say also to Gallagher is that I know I keep asking questions, but, it's just for me to advocate, and because this happened to myself personally, and that was the credit recovery. And to make sure that our counselors, when they, talk with the student or the parent, that they know exactly how, you know, rigorous, if it's rigorous, you know, and because when that happened, I was told that, oh, you'll be done in a week, and not even. And those were college courses compared to high school. So, I think we really need to, and those students too that are high risk and are lacking in credits, you know, anything can just, you know, forget it, I don't wanna do it, you know, and so I think the more they know and the more they're supported, we can get them graduated.
I agree. Thank you, Board
Thank
Member
you.
Haskins.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you for that. Excited to see the promoted, the juniors going to senior status. That's huge.
It's
So,
the best
thank
thing
you.
to see on a student face when they get reclassified, because they'll bring your transcript.
Yeah. So, I mean, all of these are celebrations, so thank you for the information. Any other questions or comments? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Career prep. I'm going in the order that it's listed, so. Just FYI.
It's ladies first.
It's not just picking names.
No.
out. Good evening, President Haskey, esteemed board members, Mr. Carlson, and colleagues and guests. Career prep, we're doing good, moving along. We started the year with 45 students who were within 8 credits, and normally that would be 6 credits, you know, in a standard school, but where we're in the semester based, we can get 8 credits a year, so that was kind of our bottom line. Like we said before, 2 met graduation requirements in October. We had projected 8 at semester, but actually got 10. So we've already graduated 12 out this year. 33 students are now on track to graduate in May who need 4.5 credits or less. And I have been through every transcript, and I have looked at every class, and I have met with the counselor, and I have met with each student to make sure that they understand what they need to graduate. There's a couple of them, we're still working with a couple who need extra to graduate in May or maybe even in June if they have to make up a class through the summer school, but I think we're gonna get those 2 through also. Sadly, the student that we had was a senior, and that was really tough. We took that loss pretty tough. But anyhow, we're gonna focus on the students that we have, and I met personally with all students in the school once it was released and gave them all the same message that, you know, we want you here and we want you safe. Please take care. So I did reach out to the family also, and we had great support from the district too. So right now we're looking at 47 students who graduate in May. That sounds good, and we're staying there. We've had right at 50 to 57 last year was our highest we've ever had. So we're graduating a lot of kids. Once again, a lot of them are still the H5, 6, 7s, but I think we're doing good things for those kids to go out into the community also. We did have 10 kids already that have gone to junior to senior this year, so that's helping push that, and we are getting a few more H4s, and we actually have 2 H3s this year that are gonna be graduating. A lot of times we'll get a student that transfers in, and they'll bring a sibling with them. And that sibling, it really benefits from it because they're younger and they'll actually graduate early while the other one gets back on track. A couple years ago, we graduated 3 family members at the same time. One was an H5, one was an H4, and one was an H3. So that was pretty cool. So our graduation is on May 21st at 7 p.m. Performing Arts Center. All potential graduates, we continue to monitor them. Like I said, I've been through every one, and I know Ms. Brown has been through it. We've sat down with all the kids. We want to make sure that we get the kids what they need in a timely fashion. once again, we document that. I've got a spreadsheet that I use daily pretty much and go through. It's all color coded with all my seniors that I can go through and make sure that they're staying where they need to be. Students are referred to social work for additional support if needed, and ICO for additional help with food and clothing. We completed 4 night school sessions during the fall semester and awarded just over 40 credits. So we'll continue to do those coming up. Our first one will be starting next Monday on the 27th. We do have a few other options for students who need credits that we try to make sure that everybody gets to where they need to be as soon as we can. And we may have a few more because we were still enrolling students today. So,
Wow.
so although we graduated 10 out, we've probably picked up another 12. So.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm gonna read here. I guess one of my constituents is out there, but don't apologize for asking relevant questions. You are speaking on our behalf. So, but anyhow, on that, your number, I'm just curious with all that this district has been through and with COVID, is that 45 lower or higher than the past?
The past couple of years,
Yeah.
it's down just a little bit, but part of it is we're trying to ratchet down our kids to where we're getting them a little sooner, because career prep's really taking it on the graduation rate because we don't have as many H4s as they would like us to have. We've been serving the more adult community. Right now, the state does not have a method to evaluate us in that fashion. So I've been working with the other principals, and we've been trying to identify students more at the sophomore level and getting them over sooner. But just like today, I had one that we got back on track, and she actually could have graduated early, but she chose to go back to Kirtland. So, and we're good with that too, because we will get some credit for that also. But it is a few less than we've had, but you know, it kind of ebbs and flows with us. It kind of depends on the student clientele from the different schools. Right now, I've got more from Newcomb than I've had in the last 4 years.
Oh, wow.
So.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, just real quick, so based on what you've provided so far, did you have like a projected graduation rate? Because I know when we're going back through the CSIs, your career prep is flagged as MRA for graduation rate. So do you have like an estimate about if that number is going to increase compared from last year to this year?
It's probably either going to be about the same, because we had our best graduating class of H4s last year we've had in years. So we're going to be up in the 40s, mid 40s or something. This year, if you look at my sheet here, I've got, right now, I'm only looking at 35% of my graduates being H4s. 37% are going to be H5s, which are 5th year seniors. 23% are going to be H6s, and then 4% are 7s and 8s. But that number has changed significantly. 4 years ago, the biggest group I had was 6, 7s, and 8s. They made about 60% of the population, but that's also what pushed our graduation rate down, because unfortunately the state doesn't give us much credit for those.
Okay.
But yeah, we're working at it.
On that food and clothing thing that you know your ICO is helping with, do you guys? I mean, shoot, I seen your artwork and the students' artwork. That's amazing. How come we can't generate revenue from that?
That's something we can look into. I have done that in other schools and stuff, that we've been able to do things like that. But as far as what I was talking about, there is the McKinney-Vento, because we do have some homeless kids and people who are underserved. So they have services that they can provide for them. But yeah, that's a good idea. I like that.
And you know, with the presentation we got at the last conference, there was a speaker there, the main speaker, and he talked about how students, how he helped them set up a business.
Yep.
You know, and I think something like that for these students,
yeah.
if we're able to do that instead of, you know, generating money for the school, maybe for themselves, you know, if we can get that started.
Yeah, I've got a couple teachers right now who, Dr. Chi is one. He really talks with the kids about, you know, what's a business look like? What could you do? And they're doing those things frequently. And then I have another one, Mr. Stryker, who's he's kind of jumped in this year and done student council, and they've been energizing and stuff, and they've been coming up with some ideas for some fundraisers to promote some stuff in school. So it's been good this year. And you know, if anybody that knows me very well out here, they know that I'm always going to say school is culture first, because you're not going to learn unless you're comfortable. So culture first.
Good, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your presentation and everything you do for our students. Appreciate it. Newcomb High School.
Yeah, good evening, members of the board, and then Superintendent Carlson, and then everyone in attendance this evening. Shay Dr. Karina White in Shia, Aro Sahni Shni, do Tachini Bashashin, Kinchini Etashachi, do Totsoni Dashanala. This is my first year at Newcomb High School. During the December presentation, I had my assistant principal, Ms. Mann. She was the one that presented. So our numbers have changed. We had 53 seniors that we were looking at back in December, but after the reclassification, our number went up to 56.
Wow.
Good. So we have 55 so far on track to graduate if all classes are passed. But within that 55, 7 are short credits, meaning that that's what we have aimed for, to really work some of these classes into their schedule. So 7 of them pretty much have really maxed out like a full schedule. So some of them have no electives, they're just doing like all core classes. 15 students are enrolled in our credit recovery program, which is with that VLN online. I'm gonna add that despite that we don't have any credit recovery teachers, we are working with our students, like during our, we call it Sky Hot Wind Time, which is like an intervention period that we provide for our students. So our seniors get the max time, 30 minutes every day. We also try to catch them during lunch. And then if we know the students really need to do like some extra catch up, you know, for their credit recovery, we'll recommend them for also after school. 4 of our students have been reclassified because they were juniors in the previous semester. So they should pretty much be on track to graduate in May, because now their senior status and their credits are up to date. We do have 1 possible summer graduate, and depending on also how she does, most likely we're looking at for sure that's going to happen. We do have 1 senior who transferred out. I believe she went to Kirtland Central High, and she was really close to finishing up her credits. She only had 2.5 credits to go. So in total, we're looking at 57 students on track to walk in May. Some of the interventions we're doing, and despite that we don't have a guidance counselor, a lot of what we do goes back in the hands of, we rely on our college career readiness coordinator, as well as just collaboration between the admin team members, which is myself and our assistant principal. We also involve our registrar because she oversees a lot of the attendance, and then just really following up with attendance and like tardies. So one of the things we do also is we have progress reports that are sent for our seniors, and we do it on a weekly, and we do a weekly grade check during, like I said, the Sky Hot Wind Time. That's our advisement class that we have. We had 2 classes of seniors where it has been working very well, because if we need to just do even like a one-to-one meeting with them, if we have to do like a whole group or class announcement on certain things that we're concerned about regarding graduation or credit, you know, it's very flexible for us to give us that leverage. We also send letters home regarding any attendance and grades that would be of concern. Senior parent meetings, we've been updating our parents as far as like what their child's graduation status and their credit status is, because I know, like I said, they're aware that we don't have a guidance counselor, so parents are always asking, like, is my child on track? You know, what do I need to do to support them? And this is when we make other additional announcements that our parents need to know regarding their senior graduate. So like I said, we don't have a counselor, but one of the things that we had our college career readiness coordinator do is do audits. So these are the credit audits. They weren't completely done in the past, so it has been a priority for us, including the next step plans, because this gives our students an idea, you know, where they're at with their credits and even considering what they want to do after graduation. And I believe it's part of the what PED, you know, would like to have our students do the next step, to complete the next step plans. We also have a class of 2025 progress tracking, and this is similar to, I would say, what Dane has shared. We have a list of all of our students, where their credit status is, what classes they're lacking, and how far along they are. And then we do like, especially with the credit recovery, we make sure that they're on track so that they start clearing some of these classes that are listed for them that they need to finish. So that really has come in handy as a review for us on a weekly basis during our admin team meeting. Students needing credit recovery have been enrolled and utilized their lunch period. We have the library open to them, so they bring their lunch and then they work on their credit recovery. We also have the after-school tutoring program available to them. One of the things that we get from the VLN is like a weekly progress report, which is also very helpful because it'll show us like the students' progress, where they're at, if they worked on any assignments, how many assignments they have left. And then some students are really good about even asking, I passed my pre-test, do I need to still finish like the rest of the assignments? So they follow up with us in regards to when we get the progress reports and we share it with them. So that's like a weekly task that we do. And then of course we have college applications that we are doing as part of the next step plans. And I know as of beginning of January, we had 7 acceptance letters for our seniors. So that's something that we have added to, I'm gonna say like one of the ways to encourage our seniors that, you know, maybe that's an option, you know, after high school rather than not having a plan. So that's part of the next step plans. And like I said, I just want to reiterate that despite that we don't have a guidance counselor, we're doing our best, you know, and we have to actually, you know, have a team on site to really get a lot of this in place. So, any questions?
Any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, I know some years back, before Miss Curley, and she was wonderful. I don't know where she's at, but anyhow, before then, it was said that we had some students that could have gone on to like Stanford, and we missed those opportunities because we didn't have a counselor. And I like the fact that, you know, you're trying to cover all that, you know, a counselor tries to help our students with. And then you know, with career readiness also, you know, I wonder, you know, how much of those students, you know, that they don't want college, you know, they want to go into the workforce or some apprenticeship or, you know, things like that. And then too, with it coming down with a few months till May, till graduation, I'm wondering, are we able to set up a bus with Wi-Fi out there? Would that be helpful?
You mean like for credit recovery,
Well,
needing
for,
that, something?
Yeah, for the students. I don't know if you know, that was something that was done during COVID, and I wonder if that's possible for our seniors, you know, because, you know, like in Shiprock, they have Taco Bell, Burger King, they can go to for Wi-Fi. Kirtland, you know, same, but Newcomb.
Yep, I know what you mean.
So I'm wondering if that's a suggestion on, you know, to see if we can do something like that. Park a bus out there, or.
May I? I have a comment.
Would they be able to ride the activity bus too for after school?
They do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they
That's
already
already.
They do, and in fact, since you mentioned Wi-Fi, I know like for our students who are in sports, we emphasize to them that, you know, they need to do their homework, and the coaches do a good job even sharing with us that, you know, there's Wi-Fi at the hotel, there is Wi-Fi on the bus when they go on these trips. So
Good.
it's there, but I think I know what concern, you know, we have of making sure that there's that Wi-Fi internet access to our students. And we have shared and we have asked them, like, how can we make maybe our support to them, you know, better as far as that goes. And some parents, you know, have really been, I'm gonna say, striving to even get that Wi-Fi in their household, but it's not 100%. So we have an idea how many students, who the students are that struggle with, you know, trying to do their credit recovery. But that's why we've been really monitoring our students during our advisement to make sure that they are working, and then during lunch we bring them back in, and maybe it would have been, you know, a little bit different too if we did have like a credit recovery teacher, but we don't have one. In the past they did, but this year we don't. So I'm gonna say right now with what we're working with, it's working, you know, okay, but not to, you know, that full 100% of what, you know, I wish, yeah, that, you know, that was there for all of our seniors or even the rest of our students. But we work with what we can at the school site, you know, what we can provide. They are aware that when there's no school, we still have that in the library open as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was my comment, is keeping that library open with extended hours so those students can go in there and utilize that. Because I know there's different municipalities, whether it's in New Mexico or across the country, that open up their libraries for the students after hours or through the weekend so they can utilize it. That'd certainly be an option for us if that was considered.
And then earlier you asked about Mrs. Curley, Skylar Curley. She is our college career readiness coordinator, and she has. We're blessed to have her, you know, at our school site because she's actually even like I'm gonna say right now wearing the hat of a guidance counselor, and just really working with every single one of our students. We're going backwards doing our credit audits with even our juniors, sophomores. That way we have all of that already in place, ready to go for, like right now, I know summer school, we have to plan ahead for our juniors to even make sure that if they need credit recovery, we need to catch them right away. And then even considering what classes they're gonna need for, you know, fall. But a lot of it also depends on just how well they do this semester.
I have another comment.
Go ahead.
So I don't, you know, I'm grateful for all you're doing, but, you know, to hear Miss Curley's there, I was like, okay, you know, but, yeah, anything that we can do to help provide Wi-Fi, you know, to those, to the students, because, inflation and, you know, and the data that comes from there is, you know, if you're gonna pick between a car payment and a Wi-Fi payment, which one are you gonna do? So, you know, I think we really need to think out of the box and try to help.
I do like Mr. Montoya's idea of maybe extended hours within the library. That's something that we didn't think of, but we'll definitely, I'll bring it back to my admin team, and then we'll go from there to see what we can do to consider even that. Some of what we've been doing, we have been doing like student surveys just to see what their thoughts are, their feedback, to support them, you know, the best that we can. I know seniors has been, of course, our priority to really get them back on track. And it has been a lot of, I'm gonna just say like work that we had to go through since August.
And I really appreciate you stepping up. I mean, there's some things, you know, but I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Has there been any thought on sharing guidance counselors also? I know Miss Curley is amazing. I'm sure it's a lot on everybody's shoulders. Is there? Okay. Okay.
We, like, what I can say is I have a good team. We already strategized a lot of things back in July. And then we've been really just putting our heads together of, you know, what we need to get done. I have a team that even reflected back, like, what didn't work, what needs to happen, what they would like to see happen. You know, it's just, that's what we've been doing. Even with, you know, the discussion of the social emotional learning, we established even a protocol of doing referral. You know, you would think a guidance counselor is one of the team members or who should be notified first, but because we don't have one, we've been utilizing like other team members in our collaboration teams to be able to take care of some of these referrals and then get, you know, jump on it and, you know, start seeking or even checking in on the students. So I don't know if I would say we really need a guidance counselor, but it would help because our students do miss, you know, looking up to a guidance counselor. They do question, but I think they really have been looking up to Mrs. Curley lately.
Question?
Go ahead.
Superintendent, do we have anybody in the admin office that would be able to go down there to assist them, especially when you're looking at where we are that moving forward towards the end of the year, that they may be able to assist with Ms. Curley and the principal for those services.
We can send people down for tasks, but we don't have anybody specifically, to my knowledge, with a counseling license.
Yeah, I understand that. That, you know, you have to have those specific credentials, but certainly something to help lighten
You
that
bet,
load.
we can offer support.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for the information and everything that you're doing. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Johnny. Next item, where am I? E, district assessment data for quarterly assessment in summer school by Mr. Deswood.
Good evening again, board members. So I'll go ahead and do the presentation for assessment data. I know last month we gave the presentation as well for like 3rd through 8th grade. Beginning of year to middle of year. So we can go to the next slide. So there's our IMSA elementary. Again, it's just boy to boy reading data, and it's broken down by school. So red is middle of the year, and then blue is beginning of the year. So majority of those bars have increased, except for
Eva B. Stokely.
Eva B went from 22 to 20. So that's the only decrease. Okay, so that's, and then of course we can see it district-wide, and then in comparison to the state. Okay.
So with Eva B, is there an explanation why there was regression?
So this is, let me see.
Which one is the schools? The
Yeah,
red
so
or the blue?
the blue is what kids tested at the beginning of the year, and then the red is what they tested in December, and then closed up in December. Well, actually, it closed up in January, correct? Yeah. So those are some of the things that the school and the leadership team will look at to see why there was a decrease in, and this looks like it's all grades combined. So then there was, like I said, there was a decrease, and that's what the leadership team will get together and do, is look at the data to see why there was a decrease. So that's reading. We're going to go to the next one. This is language usage. Again, there was an increase at every school location, and then district-wide went from 11 to 16, and then 20. And of course, whenever you look at compared to the state over on the right. Okay, so that's language. Going to go to the next one. And again, this is 3rd through 8th grade. This is mathematics. So Mesa didn't improve, and then Ashchiti stayed at 0. All the other schools across the district did improve, so we went from 6 to 10. So if you look at that 6, like for looking at the district, whenever 90-day plans are written, let's say the kid's score is 6% at the beginning of the year. So the public education department, in fact, we write this in the district education plan. We look at our data, and then we write goals. The public education department says a stretch goal is about 10 to 12%. So if you figure, if it's 10%, 5% growth, so we went from 6 to 10, so we're about 2% below our mid-year where we want to be. So very similar. If you look at some of those schools, some of them have doubled already. Like if they went to 9, like if you look at EBS, but if their goal is 6%, they want to be at 16 by the end of the year. So then they're a little bit above halfway. So then the conversation and the leadership and with the teachers would be, okay, what do we need to do to stay on course to meet our, if we're at 14 now, let's continue, can we hit 19%? And then you continue to push. If you're at 0 and 0, or if you're at Mesa and have 2% proficient, the conversation, okay, what are we not doing? And what do we need to be doing? I'm gonna be honest, more than likely, it's probably not following the high quality instructional material and probably not following pacing guides. So a lot of times whenever you look at data like that, we're just not doing, not following those guides. We're not providing what, you know, the state pacing guides and what they say to teach, because those pacing guides, they're called power standards. Those power standards are not being taught.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, that data alone tells me that there's something going on at that school, that things are not happening.
Absolutely.
And that's concerning.
There is some...
And also with Nashchidi as well.
That's correct. So Nashchidi, part of, we had no principal in the building until end of November, December. So we actually had, we were a bit understaffed. We had a lead teacher serving as a principal, and then of course the Newcomb administrator would go down and help once per day. So some of the instructional time was being taken and for administrative duty. So that's definitely Dr. Bitsui down in Nashchidi is definitely having some tough conversations with her staff as far as math. I know a couple years ago we were in the same predicament about a year ago, no, 2 years ago. And then of course, you know, just supporting them and making sure that they're following the pacing guides and following high quality instructional materials. Their scores went up, so that's definitely on our team's radar that that support needs to be provided to that school.
I have a suggestion.
Yes, ma'am.
Since we have 3D printers at Von Wilson, I think we need to do that to McFadden and take them over to Mesa and Nashchidi.
Oh, for math?
Yes. But seriously, that is, I mean, for the longest time, I think Mesa has always had issues. And I wonder why every year. And then when did you collect this data?
So this is this school year, beginning of the year, August. I think the window closed in September.
So this is really a reflection of last year?
No, this is current. This is our data right now.
Okay. So you had this information when, before December?
Well, it was finalized the first week in January, Amy, when it was closed, the assessment window. Yeah. January 10th was whenever the window closed, that the PED closed it.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, we can go to the next. So this is iStation reading. This is for kinder through second grade. So if you look at that, if you look at kinder, 8% to 10%. So you're looking at green. I wish I could go up there, but so then we also look at the reds. So kinder started at 31, they dropped to 28. So what we're looking at is we're wanting to have more greens or move kids up. So then those reds are decreasing. So we went from 31 to 28, but since the state looks at the greens, we did go from 8 to 10. So yeah, absolutely. So first grade, as you can tell, went from, they stayed at 10 to 10.
So that was DOI, that was the
Yeah.
end of the year. They had 10 at level 5. And then first grade right now, 10 at level 5.
And then go to level 4, it went from 15 to 19, so we improved. So did it looks like cyan went from 18 to 9. And then our reds, those are our low kids, went from 38 to 27. So we had a 10%, 11% decrease in level 1 students. So those perfect, that's what we want. Now this, like I said in my presentation last month, the whole model that the PED uses is based on growth. Like, you know, you start the year low and then you're moving your kids to the right or moving them up. So you look at second grade, It goes from 40 in red to 37. So then 3% of our kids are off of red.
So you want to see the red decrease.
Yes.
You want to see a lower number and in December.
So
You
if,
want to see a higher number.
so green, notice it went from 7 to 15. So that's what we're wanting. So if you look at those indicators, that's why our schools are moving off of CSI status. And I mean, as you can tell, like we're starting to get recognized for Teacher of the Year. Last year we had a Principal of the Year because of the good work that we're doing. Now, we know there's pockets of good teaching. That's what we're trying to do is, like, we're trying to put systems in place so that, like, we have some non-negotiables, right? Things that we see in strong classrooms. Of course, we get pushback, right? But we work with them. And I know in particular, the Mesa principal is really working with some of the staff that need a lot of support. She has a lot of first-year teachers, so there's definitely a lot of support that is being provided to the school at Mesa. Okay, we can go to.
Before
sorry.
you go any further, is there a separation or do they just count as whole, but considering sped?
So what can happen is we can break it down by school, right? And then I don't know if we can identify it by sped or we can, but we can, the principal and Amy can break it down. We actually have support that we provide for principals to have these conversations with teachers and how to look at data and have these data conversations and saying, what are we doing? What are we not doing? And what are we gonna do different?
And then, I don't think we've ever asked this question, how many percentage, if there's a cap or biped in each classroom? Whereas, I guess for example, like say maybe you have half the students that are in a class size of 25, maybe half of them, about 12 are all sped. Do they have like a cap on that because to me it seems like that teacher-student ratio is off.
So they try to, I guess, spread out the caseload and not have one teacher have all the students with IEPs or have all the students who are identified as English language learners. But the thing is, there's some schools that there's just one teacher per grade level. So any kid with an IEP might have that teacher. But I don't recall when we did FTEs, one teacher having more than other. If we do, we definitely make adjustments to caseloads. But of course, if when we do FTEs in the fall and the spring, like for example, pre-K, I think they get, it's 10 to 1 student ratio, and it increases as they go up. And I think for middle and high school, a middle school teacher can have as high as 150 students for English and math, and then 160, as many as 160 for other subjects for middle and high school. But we're far below that ratio. I think our highest is Kirtland High, which has about 109 to 110 to 1 student. And then our lowest, I think, was Career Prep that had like 1 to like 70 or 80, of course, because, well, actually probably 1 to 45 because they're on the block schedule.
Mm-hmm. So, and then the last talk that we had on this was in behind closed doors. I guess I got a better understanding of it, and what concerns me is some of these we don't have time. You know, it's a time factor that's in there that where a student goes to different levels with IEPs or within that SPED. So I didn't know that before, but you know, those are concerning. And with this, you know, I'm wondering how are we accommodating.
So accommodations are definitely written in.
And that would be both the teacher and the student.
That is correct. So the accommodations, in fact, that's one of the district, in principals, professional development plans, every one of the principals has a SPED component for as far as making sure that IEPs are being implemented in their classrooms, and then also making sure that they are there attending the IEP. So a lot more attention has been paid on, like I said, each principal has 3 goals. Two self-identified and one a district-wide goal that we had put into place for all our principals. And if you want, we can do a presentation on what those professional development plans look like. Of course, I can hide the names, but I mean it's very driven. It's driven by scores as far as how they rate themselves, and then of course how I rate them as principals, and then but not only that, but how they support the teachers as well.
Another comment. So to kind of work off of Ms. Asmus's comments, the question I always have is, you have a class with 16 kids, what would you call that class that had half of those kids with IEPs? And what would you call that teacher? Because I'd call it a special education class with a special education teacher, but it's a conventional teacher. So again, and to her point of the question that she was asking, how is that aggregate directly impact the education of not just those kids with the IEPs, but all the other kids, general education kids, and the stress that it puts upon that educator in that classroom working with those students and that high number of students with IEPs. How does the district, how does the principal, how does the assistant superintendent address that issue in and of itself? Because you know that I myself, if I'm not mistaken, that's a time test, correct?
No.
It's not?
No, it's not.
Okay. All right, I got the wrong. iStation is the one that's timed, if I'm not. One of them is timed. Say it again?
That is iStation.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's not that.
So, but the main point being is to what Ms. Asmus was asking about, that effect in that classroom with a high number of students with IEPs, and again, the load that it puts on that educator in that classroom without any direct supports, because again, you have those different levels of those IEPs and directly impacting that education and the time spent with those kids with the IEPs, whether it's a justice or an injustice to those students or even the general education students. How does the district address that?
Well, it would definitely be addressed within our multi-layered support system. And it actually, it's going to depend on the student's level, correct? Because the students may need minimal support level 1, and maybe 8 of them might have a level 1. So it just depends on the calculation, and that's definitely something Joel could talk more about. But the thing is, though, is if the principal and the counselor were to look at that and, like, you know, hey, we noticed that you have a large number of students who have IEPs, what can we do to spread that caseload out between you and another teacher? But it just depends if there's only one teacher in that grade level. But that's where we look at during FTEs, that if any adjustments need to be made. I'm not too sure, maybe the other teacher might have a higher caseload as far as a level 2 or level 3, so that they probably equal the level 1, the 8 students that are level 1. Maybe the other teacher has 2 or 3 students that are level 2 or level 3. Am I correct, Joel?
Yeah, so some of our students are on the different levels, and from the different levels that they belong to, if they're on a level 1, more of them are exposed within the regular ed setting. So you will find more of them, like 5 or 6 in the regular ed classroom. But for sure, those who are in level 3 or level 4, on those having those intensive needs, like toileting skills, behavior needs, and academic skills, those are the ones who are more within the self-contained classroom, life skills, or those that are provided more of special ed classroom. So definitely in the different schools in Newcomb area, Shiprock area, and Kirtland area, there would be different distributions of numbers of students in the regular ed setting, because for some, with the number of teachers on each grade levels, number of enrollees, and different levels of the students' needs, it kind of affects how these students are distributed in the different grade levels. So some teachers will definitely have more students with special needs, and if in cases like this, the state also have a level of control or layers of control wherein the district will be required to submit a waiver that what is the district doing to kind of alleviate the situation. So coming in new with these things that are happening in our district, and I'm finding out that these things are really in there, and as a challenge that we are also trying to kind of mitigate and provide support within the school level and then with the teachers. So we're having this real things that we need to provide support within this period. So fast, like I had.
Don't forget about those accommodations support. Each platform, each assessment has a different set of accommodations that, you know, kind of fit that assessment. Take for instance, CLM or dynamic learning maps that target those students with severe disabilities. They take a personal needs profile and first contact survey prior to taking the assessment, which is geared towards their particular needs. So all those accommodations are made just for them. So keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Well, I come from a place that, you know, those kind of things, when doing presentations, those kind of things need to be covered instead of drawing it out. And that way we know that, you know, they are being considered.
Right. So rest assured that we are taking care and making sure that the kids' needs are being met. I know we probably won't be able to disaggregate the data by school because, right, the numbers might be lower to see that specific student's growth. Because I know, like, whenever the state releases test scores, anything less than 5%, they mask it, correct? Because you can identify which kids. So I don't know if that was what you're asking as far as seeing that student growth. But whenever principals are having conversations with their teachers, they know they have items that they look at to know what skills they need to work on with kids. And to be honest with you, like if you had a bunch of kids in the red, I would be like, oh my gosh, the only way for us to go is up, because you provide support, you provide care, you do sell, you teach to the standards, or you teach the standards using the high quality instruction materials. Your kids will grow, right? I mean, we have schools that are proving that happens. I mean, in the last 3 years, when I've done this presentation, our data is growing each year. So again, it's just making sure we're providing support for principals and providing support for teachers, because the teachers are the ones that are working with the kids. We can go to the next one. So this is iStation Math. Again, we went from 8 to 12 for green, but also look at the red went from, is it 43 to 19? That's the data we want to see, because look at how low kinder math is. So when you look at first grade, we went from 8 to 26, and then first grade, 41 to 18 for red. So like when you look at data, you look at the red first because that's the indicator for this PED is proficiency, right? Or on level 5. But then the second indicator, you go to the kids that are in red, and did we move kids? Did we move kids up on this particular scale? So when we go to second grade, we went from no kids to more than likely, Amy, that's probably like 1 or 2%, correct? But it's not showing for second grade? Right. So we had no second graders in level 5, but then more than likely 1%. 5. Okay, 5%. So if you figure 5% of all of our second graders in the district, I'd say probably 300 or 400 second graders. 5% of that is about what, 15 kids. But we went from no kids proficient or level 5, and we went from 7 to 8 that are the lighter green. And then when you look at the second grade in red, 45 at the beginning, to second grade, 33%. So perfect. That's the data we want to see. Do we want more? We do want more, right? We that's part of the thing is we want to continue to move. And I think one thing that's important is 3% growth this year for a first grader, plus 3% next year, plus 3%, 3%. That starts to increase. All right, we're going to go to the next slide. So these are the PSAT scores. If you take a look at that, the district, we had a 751. Global test takers is all around the world. This score was a 950. The state was 832. The U.S. was a 949. So definitely some numbers that we need to work on. However, whenever we compare this to how we did the previous year, we saw growth there as well. Okay. And I know Leandro and his department keep along the longitudinal data for that. If you go over to the right for career prep, they're at a 675. It's broken down by high school. In fact, one of the things that we've really been challenging our school in this area is why, Mr. Carlson brought it up too, and we've had some pretty tough conversation with Ms. Westbrook. Why are we at 753 when Shiprock High is, or when Newcomb is at 760 and Shiprock's at 764, right? So those are conversations that we're having for them to in turn have that conversation with their staff. What is it we're doing? What is it we're not doing? And what do we need? Like, do we have a plan in place to support our kids? So definitely asking those questions around the data. So,
wasn't there one of them that's no longer ACT, was it?
Well, students can still take the ACTs, but this particular one is for the PSAT, which is grade 10, and then of course the SAT is in April, but we don't have that data yet. But if you look at our SAT data over the last 4 years, we've seen growth from year to year. Again, like I said, if you look at the PED model is about, as long as our schools are improving, our kids are improving. It's not like skyrocket improve, but like we're steadily improving, and we're steadily moving our kids to proficiency. Go to the next slide. Summer school data, we currently do not conduct a pre and a post-test assessment. In fact, Amy and my staff and Leandro and I think Mr. B were having conversations about what can we do to do pre and post-test assessments. The past couple of years, a lot of summer school has been focused on is enrichment, trying to keep kids coming to school during the summer. So a lot of the fun activities, and based on the funding that we had in previous years, it was all about enrichment. Now the PED is starting to move like high dosage tutoring, and with the high dosage tutoring, it's like a 1-to-4 ratio, and then that's why we're trying to come up with assessment to see if our kids backslide, or see if our kids stay the same, or see if they decrease over the summer. So that's definitely something we're looking at. We're talking about it. We'll talk about it at academic planning. And then I stand for questions or more questions.
Any questions or comments?
Yes, wasn't that the summer school that you were working on today?
You were in the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, so that,
So with that, is math gonna be a big part? I mean, since
Yes,
that's one.
yes, math is a big area. In fact, one of the big things that we did district-wide was actually, Mr. Carlson and I looked at the data and we saw that the teachers who had like significant growth in math, they had math instruction in the morning. So one of the things we did was we moved math instruction across the district to be taught in the morning and across all elementary schools. And then in the next couple of days, teachers are getting math instruction elementaries tomorrow morning into the afternoon, and then the following day will be middle and high school. But really, we've been really trying to. It seems like even like the public education department is really focused on like structured literacy, letters training, and a lot of reading, right? So a lot of times the math is just kind of like on the back burner. That's why one of the decisions that we made was to move math instruction in the morning, because math was always taught at the end of the day, and if everything else gets covered and there's a time crunch, math just gets pushed aside. So that's why we said we need to teach math in the morning. So, but we definitely are taking steps to improving math instruction. Thank you.
Yeah,
Comment.
exactly.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's really the focus of that high dosage tutoring is the reading and the math components, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Which, in my opinion, I've said this quite a few times about devising those summer school programs to focus on those specific areas that the educators that they're coming in, let's say they're in 4th grade and then they go into summer school, allowing those teachers to utilize differentiated instruction to really focus on those 2 areas and those weaknesses of those students, and then testing where they were when they first come out of school and then out of the summer school to have a gauge to when they go into 5th grade, and that teacher knows specifically where they were, where they're at, and then what they can focus on when they get to 5th grade or 3rd grade or whatever grade it is.
Yes, sir. That is ideal. I mean, like right now, they use previous year scores, and then of course the beginning of year to kind of group kids for interventions. Many of our schools do like walk-to interventions, where they identify kids, but basically in groups. Like, remember how that 1st through 2nd, based on those colors, then they're putting them in intervention groups.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to F, attendance rates by schools and grade levels by Mr. Deswood.
I just want to thank Data, Leandro and his team. They got all the numbers for us to use, and they crunched all the numbers. And then, like I said, we share this data every month with the principals. And, you know, we ask them what's going on, what do we need to do differently? And, this is part of the accountability that we're talking about, and asking these tough questions about what's our plan to address not only student achievement, but what's our plan to address attendance. So we can go to that first slide where it says overall attendance comparison. And I usually send it to Mr. B, but I think Coach Atsity is the one that gets all these reports ready, correct? Coach Terry Atsity? Tammy. I knew it was a
Close.
T. Close.
In the neighborhood somewhere.
But I do provide these reports to the principals, like I said, every month, so that they can share with their leadership teams. One of the other things that we do is we share like discipline data with principals as well. And I think if you saw EBS's report, that's where last year we sent those reports to the schools to help them make decisions. So if you look at our attendance data, district-wide for the first semester, we are at 89.7, so a little bit below 90%. And then it's broken down by, of course, our lowest is Career Prep High School at 73%. And then it's broken down by each school. So it seems like there's definitely a trend there, right? Our elementary schools, the parents are really getting those kids to school and making sure they're getting there. But when you start getting to middle school, there's a little less accountability, I guess, or you know, well, actually, some of the conversations that I've heard with some of our schools down south, and there's definitely a trend. Like over here in Kirtland, attendance rates are higher, and then they start going lower as you go to Shiprock, and then low towards Newcomb. And one of the conversations actually that I had with Newcomb High principals was one of the trends that they found were that parents, like, we have a whole system set up. It's called CCSD attendance procedures. There's layer 1 supports, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4 supports. So our schools have to write these attendance improvement plans each year, and these interventions are built into them. And when it came to a level 2, a level 3 intervention with their families, the principals were saying that the families were communicating that their kids, their older kids, were actually, they were saying that they would leave their kids at home. They'd leave for work at 6 to go to Gallup or to Farmington to go to work. And, you know, of course, they accept the responsibility. Okay, we'll do our part to try to get the kids there. But then those kids, the older kids, would end up having to be there with the families when the parents went to work. And then in the afternoon, it happened again, right? The kids are at home waiting for parents to come back from work. So then mom and dad get home, or grandma, grandpa, auntie, uncle get home about 5:36. So then again, the older siblings are left with the responsibility of making sure that the younger siblings are there. But those are definitely some concerns that came out whenever I was having conversations with the principals about attendance data. So definitely trying to provide support for those families. I think that's where ICO really comes in and tries to support, you know, our families as far as their well-being. And again, we can go to the next slide, but that's the graph by all schools. So if we look at, one of the things we look at, how is the district, how are schools doing in comparison, and then we also break it down by level, like elementary. How are you doing? How are we doing, like, in comparison? Because I know people are really competitive, and they want to know, well, let me see, how did Judy Nelson do? How did EBS do? Right? Well, this is why we send it. So this is what I'm saying. Remember, I said we're at 91% for a district just for elementary. So then, where at does your school fall in comparison to the district? So that's where the schools and principals and the data teams or the attendance teams are looking at how, if their supports are working. I know one of the principals talked about attendance incentives, right? So those are some of the ways that they're using the data to track to provide support for improving attendance. Okay, we can go ahead and go to the next one.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Superintendent, is this what presentation, is it the result of my request?
I believe so.
Because this is not what I wanted.
What did you want?
I wanted the principals here, you know, because as you bring up attendance and, you know, the things associated and some of these barriers or whatever that's happening, I want to hear from them. How are they helping?
We're gonna do that as well.
Okay.
Your suggestion was.
I don't know if it's really not what I wanted. I don't know if we want to continue.
We could move on.
I don't know, the board.
Unless there's questions on what he's already done, it's fine. I mean, the data is pretty self-explanatory, like Mr. So likes to say, that it's right there, so.
But
I mean, are you here, like, to really beat them over the head, or is it, I mean, what's?
Requesting that is beating them over the head?
No, because I think we've already gotten the answers from our assistant superintendent about what they're trying to do with the schools to improve outcomes. I mean.
No, I want to hear, well, superintendent, I want to hear, again, how they're helping. families, how they're helping students.
Each school, middle school, elementary school.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll do that. February, March, April, we'll do.
And how are we,
areas.
attracting, you know, students? That was my original request.
We can do that.
And then if we, because we were so focused on graduation rates, and which is good, you know, as I told you, we have high school come forward, and for the years that I've known, we've never had any kind of, from the principals of the elementary or the middle school. And I do resent your comment, and I don't think I've ever beat anybody over the head. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to share what we, information that we shared to the legislative finance, or the LESC when we met with them in Farmington regarding attendance? I can kind of give
A brief overview.
brief overview.
Sure.
One of the things that we recommended was, like I said, here in Kirtland, there's a lot more supports as far as CYFD. When we get to layer 3 and layer 4 support, when we talk with families and say, well, you know what, we're gonna need to work with CYFD, our families come to the table because they don't want CYFD invading in their personal, like, family business. So the families start coming to school. However, as we move this west and then down south, we do not get any support from Navajo Nation CYFD. In fact, principals say that they do referrals to CYFD, and why are you calling us, right? So I mean, that's some things that we had communicated. Another thing that we communicated to the Legislative Education Study Committee was tougher compulsory attendance laws, right? 8 to 10 years ago, it was the laws were a lot stricter. For example, there was talks, and I actually only heard of one family that got a $200 fine for not having their kid come to school. So one of the things we said was to advocate to improve the compulsory attendance law from the in the roundhouse. So those were a couple of items that we had sent with the LESC.
Okay, thank you. If there isn't any other questions, comments, we will move on to G, letter G, presentation on SPED educators license and certifications by Joel Balasut.
May I make a comment?
Go ahead.
I do agree with Ms. Asmus in respects to hearing what the principals from each of those schools are doing to attract the students in those schools, so thank you.
You may begin.
Good evening to the honorable board officials, superintendent, community members and colleagues. Good evening. Oh, may I?
I was just gonna ask. Thank you.
My apologies for not being able to prepare a graph representation of this one, and I hope I'll be able to give a good information for this presentation. I'm tasked to provide some information on the license status for our district on our licensed special ed teachers.
Just to cut to it.
Yes, ma'am.
And what I'm hearing is that we have some teachers that are titled, their positions titled a different, say for example, PE teacher, and yet they're teaching SPED. So that's why I really want to see, are we doing things right? And are we, because, you know, SPED and IEP you know, those students deserve a quality educator.
Specialized instruction within the classroom, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, board members, this information, this is sensitive information. After we review this topic, if we could please give it to, back to Mr. Balasut, so that,
So I just wanna make sure that's not happening.
I'm not aware of any concerns happening within the school building wherein a special ed teacher is being assigned, I mean, a PE teacher is being assigned as a special ed.
That's just the.
So,
Yeah.
sorry, it's just.
Okay.
There's sound.
So should I just give a wrap?
Yes, yes. Give
So
it.
currently, our school district, CCSD, has, for the schools, there's 46 in total who are licensed special ed teachers who are covering our, resource classrooms for special ed teachers, self-contained classroom like those in the life skills, and autism classroom. So there's 46 in total. They are licensed per state and are allowed to provide specialized instruction in that classroom. Some of these teachers are going through the district's initiative of growing your own through alternative licensure, and some of our teachers are fully licensed. Based on my review of the names of the teachers that I've seen in the list that I've just shared, there's around 27 with 3 years more than 3 years of experience, and around 20 that are from fresh to going to 3 years. So with that number, 27 more of teachers who are staying within those critical 3 years is a good sign. However, though, we have some challenges with regards to the looking for special ed teachers. There are some programs that the state also is helping us with by providing stipends or pay differentials in recruiting and retaining teachers. Just to wrap up, we have 46 teachers in total. There's one program that currently the district is doing, which is the Project Search. This is a work skill program that we allow graduated students going to learn and experience work skills within the operational department. And that one is not licensed as a teacher, but when I conferred that with UNMCTT, who is helping us and with running the program, it's fine for now to go ahead with that, since we didn't have anybody over the summer and then the beginning of the school year, and it was planned out already for the span of 2 years to get the parents and the students experience the work and skill learning in our district. So that's the only one that it's not a special ed license.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Can we
and
just
have a good
give
evening.
these back to you?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Take them and burn them. Shred them.
Shred's fine.
Yeah.
Shred them.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, letter H, SEG report from school year 2019 to present by Miss Allison. Is the same on the, for executive content the same? Okay. So I can click on either one and just the same.
Hi, good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, members of the audience. A request was made for a SEG history report. So that's the first item that I have on the SEG. I did just this short summary of the information by school years, starting with 2019-2020 school year, SEG amount that we received, the unit value at that time, and then the count that was used to provide the SEG amount. And for 2019-2020, 35,626,000 for SEG. 2020-2021, 39,920,000. 21-22, 54,344,000. 22-23, 61,352,000. 23-24, 61,379,000. And for the current year, 24-25, 60,901,000.
Mayor?
Yes.
So on that 2024, is that the old SEG formula?
Yes, that's the one before it was changed for the 24-25 year.
Okay. In your assumption, how does it look for the upcoming with the new formula?
With the new formula, and do you mean by, do I think it's gonna be higher or lower?
Yeah.
Okay. My opinion is gonna be that it might be a little bit higher, not a whole lot. Between 23 and 24, it's about $400,000 difference. So if it's gonna be an increase, it would be probably just a little.
Wow.
Not so much as $1 million. I don't think, my opinion, I don't think it'll be close to $1 million if it's an increase. It'll be a small percentage.
Because the three items that I saw in the session was student count, teachers, and then the third being the demographics of the community. And I say, because our student count, we're now down to what, 400 and something, 480, and then teachers are tied directly to that. So I'm sure it's less. And then what's happened with the closures, I find it interesting that we're gonna come out higher.
Maybe, yeah, I wouldn't imagine it'd be a whole lot. I think it'd be less than the 500. More, I would think that it'd be more around maybe 300,000 is what my assumption would be. Taking into consideration some of we're talking about SEG for next year, right? 25-26 legislation. So
because let me stop you. I don't mean to disrupt, but Giovanna from Gallup, the financial director there, she in her presentation she talked about how that it should be concerning, and then I felt like, well, this is something we're gonna have to keep atop of, because you know she comes kind of from the same, and you know, with Gallup. And so if she's concerned, and nothing's really happened, they've had growth, you know, with a solar farm project, and we're not supposed to be complete on this one here until 2028. And so we still lack. Yeah, I find it interesting that
from looking at the information, I think that we would be considering it to be, I'm optimistic, I'm assuming that's what I'm saying. Hoping that we would have an increase in the unit value based on the information. So that's what I would hope that would be happening.
Unless they added a multiplier or something, I don't know. Okay, thank you.
No. Make you think.
All right, next item.
Okay. The next report is the utility comparison report. 1 year ago in 2023, or a little over a year ago, total dollar amount spent is $510,674. December 2024, total spent $433,237. And with the current year, everything is being paid out of the 15,000 impact aid account.
I have a comment. It's kind of in general of the entire report. Had a conversation with one of the constituents who was asking about the legislative session and the funding and how and why we are even involved with the politics in Santa Fe. And some of the conversations we've had with state legislatures and the governor's office, and why would you even talk to her about it? So I had to explain how the impacts of the taxation and the closure of a power plant, which this individual had no clue or knowledge of how it directly impacted our students. And then the individual made a comment that was making my argument, and I told the individual that you're making my argument for you, why we do what we do. And my point of saying that is to the audience and anybody listening is the fact that what we do as a board and how we involve ourselves into the politics matters to the education of these kids and the dollars that we have to fight for. One mention was made about Gallup and their position in just as Farmington's 2 hours and the loss of tax revenue. So that's why it matters. Thank you.
I have a question. So, on that, wait, what did you have? Yeah. So on the impact aid, you know, I just happened to run across, one of the council delegates, and that being, Amber Crotty. And, you know, I find it, surprising, you know, she talks, they know, just a limited amount of about impact aid. Mm-hmm. And I think it's crucial that, superintendent, that they, our area council delegates, as well as our representatives, that they understand how impact aid works. And then also the fact that, board member Montoya found where we're still not equitable, that there still needs some work done on that. So, if we can, you know, if we could do something like that, you know, so that we, they know when they have access to, you know, the legislatures or other places that, you know, they can advocate, or they know for sure where we stand. And have we had any, as far as the financial director, are we?
Did I lose? Oh, there we go.
There it goes.
Thanks, Jared. We have hired a finance director. We have. And did he start today? He will start next Monday. He's not, well, he's officially agreed to terms. Can I use his name and all that, or no? Probably maybe not. His name is Dominic Satania. Perhaps. He's from the area, and some of you may know him.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Mr. Griego? That's the same one I'm thinking of? Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Not that there's
I'm
any
like,
insight,
looking.
it's just the name, that's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thought there was some hidden meaning we were supposed to catch on. Letter J, procurement over 60,000 and 3,500 to 10,000 by Miss Allison again.
Okay, we had one purchase order for over 60,000, and this was to CenturyLink. Total dollar amount 75,000 for communication services.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I heard, I don't know if you know about this, but Frontier changing over from landlines to their landline to, I don't know if it was fiber optic or it was supposed to be a changeover with the delivery of their services.
I will
Does
ask
that
for
sound?
help from Mr. Ventrina.
Is that part of E-rate?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
One of our vendors, but the project that we have is through another vendor,
Okay.
which is what?
Yeah, I didn't know if it directly impacted the district.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay.
Thank you.
The next item is K, accounts payable disbursement.
Okay, our disbursements for the month of December, we had a total of 2.5 million out of the operational account. Year-to-date, 16.3 million. Activities is 30,282. Year-to-date is 151,000. Outstanding check listing for the month of December for operation was 2.6 million. Year-to-date is 3.5 million. Activities outstanding check listing is 30,282. Year-to-date is $30,020. Expenditures for the month of December for operational funds, general funds is 7.2 million. Year-to-date, 40.2 million. Expenditures for 15100 impact aid is 1.5 million. Year-to-date, 13.7 million. Fund 15200 expenses for December was $138. Year-to-date was 170,680. Grant funds, total spent 1.4 million. Year-to-date, 9.2. Of this amount, Fund 24174, Carl Perkins, 6,659. Year-to-date, 29,987. 24176, $0 spent in December. Year-to-date, 4,715. JOM, $23,914. Year-to-date, 149,680. Impact aid spent 41,883. Year-to-date, 202,000. Impact aid Indian Ed, 474,000. Year-to-date is 2.7. Capital outlay and debt services. Total spent in December was 502,967. 7.3 million year-to-date. $0 spent out of Fund 31500. Year-to-date, 46,839. Revenue received for general funds, 6,036,000. Year-to-date, 47.3 million. Impact aid received, $0 in December. Year-to-date, 12.3 million. Ad valorem received, 13,945. Year-to-date, 18,701. Grant funding received, $129,365 for the month of December. Year-to-date, 15.2 million. No revenue received for Carl Perkins, JOM, Impact Aid SPED, or Impact Aid Indian Ed. Capital outlay, revenue received $247,534. Total year-to-date is $380,907, and $0 received for Fund 31500. And then the bar adjustments, we had 4 for the month of December. The first one is Fund 27901, Indian Ed, a decrease of 59,000, and this was to adjust for the final 24-25 school year. And then we have Fund 26143, Save the Children, $0, transfer to the 3300 function. Impact Aid 15100, $0, transfer to cover school year expenses. And then Fund 24174, Carl Perkins, increase of 4,283, and this is for the 24-25 final award. Questions?
So, from that Carl Perkins one, I mean, that, as far as I know, that's been more for, Lon Wilson?
Yes.
So, why are we taking, or are we taking money from him?
On that last line, the 4,000, no, we're increasing.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a comment, Mr. Vice President. May I?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. The information that's being presented in those dollar totals as we get closer to the possible closure of APS matter even much, much more every single year. So people need to understand exactly why and what and how we get this funding, what it's used for. Because we are looking at an impending shutdown at APS, or certainly loss of any revenue from them. That's it, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead to the next one.
Thank you.
We're on M, discussion of dates and topics by Jermaine Chappelle. Jermaine, are you out there?
Yes, sir. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So this pertains to the topics that you all wanted to discuss for the board retreat. And I believe we've had a couple discussions on those. I can give you a summary of the ones that you all have discussed, but this is more just for discussion of the board on what you want to cover at the board retreat. So the list that we've talked about before is continue the reorganization discussion, budget, strategic plan, superintendent, evaluation, legislative matters, update on legal actions, and a workshop on effective boards that came out of the last conference. So those are the things that I had in my notes. I turn it over to you all for continued discussion.
Are we, Ms. Chappelle, are we looking for a date now? Do you have any dates to have our board retreat?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's at your all's discretion, and I will do whatever I need to do to make sure I'm there for whatever you all decide.
Okay. Are there any dates in particular that you can't
We're
make
talking
it?
about this month coming up, we're talking about.
We would, I think we're already too late into
Okay,
January,
fine,
so
I'll
February. And legislative, the first week is, that's when we have our NSBA. There's the third and the last week in February. Is there any particular day that everybody is available? Does a Friday work or Saturday preferable?
I'm open.
21st, 22nd February, probably 22nd. I'm open.
22nd's a Saturday. Does the 22nd work for everybody?
That would work for me.
Okay,
No.
it works for me. What is it?
No, it don't work for me.
What about the 21st?
Nope.
How do those dates look for you, Mr. Montoya? Either open? What date?
Does it have to be on a Saturday?
No, it can be on a Friday. Can be on the 21st, which is a Friday. Or we can do the 28th, which is the following week. Then we're going into March. What does the 28th look for you?
That still doesn't work for me. But
What days of the week work best for you, Miss Aspis?
with the, is it a 1 day deal?
We'll start with 1 day. I think it's gonna be more than that. We're not gonna be
Yeah,
able
but let's
to cram
pack
it.
it all in.
We're not gonna be able to pack in everything. That's a lot. Our board meetings are longer than
What is a board retreat?
the board retreat will be covering the continued discussion on the reorganization, the budget, strategic planning, completing the superintendent evaluation, legislative matters, update on legal action, and workshop on effective boards.
I think, maybe I don't know, I can do both 28th and the 1st.
Okay, let's let's start with the 28th. Ms. Chappelle,
Yes, ma'am.
how does February 28th sound? Can you schedule
Sounds
that?
good.
Okay, perfect. And it'll be here at the boardroom, correct? Does everybody agree to that?
Sure.
Here, okay. And then we can start at 09.
I had to make sure I knew what that meant. That's why I looked
900 hours.
900 hours.
900 hours.
Boy Scouts.
Is that cover letter M, Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
What
and
about
then
the
we will,
topics? I think we need to just the legislative and then what comes down from national, maybe we have a better idea of what we're dealing with.
Wouldn't that,
that's gonna be,
kind of formulating the strategic plan?
it would be, I think it all is all together. The strategic plan includes all of those areas.
Quite honestly, in my humble opinion, that would be the
You mean
focus.
that's the title for to include the national
Strategic,
agenda?
the strategic plan encompasses everything that's priority for the school
State and
district.
federal.
Okay.
So, any other questions, comments? Okay. Letter N, support resolution of Department of Transportation changing signage in front of schools and Highway 64 by Ms. Chappelle.
Sharon, did you get it? And not, because I can read it from here or I can share my screen.
Do both. Share your screen or read it.
Yeah, I think she's gonna share her screen. Please share your screen, Ms. Chappelle.
Okay. How do I do that? Oh, there we go. Can you see that on me? Does it need to be bigger? Can you all see that?
Seeing and reading are two different things.
Too small.
It's really small. Okay.
How's that?
There you go. A little bit bigger. A little more.
Now?
A little more. A little more.
How's that? Okay.
Right there.
Okay. I'll start reading. Central Consolidated School Board of Education Resolution, support to increase school safety on Highway 64, Shiprock, New Mexico. Date January 21st, 2025. Subject, support to increase school safety on Highway 64, Shiprock, New Mexico. Whereas the Central Consolidated School District is committed to providing for the safety and well-being of CCSD students, staff, and families when they are driving to and from CCSD educational facilities. Highway 64 is adjacent to Shiprock High School, Shiprock Performing Arts, UB Stokely Elementary, and Career Prep. Whereas concerns have been reported that semi-trucks and other vehicles travel at high rates of speed on Highway 64 and threaten the safety of CCSD students, staff, and families when they are driving or walking to and from CCSD educational facilities located near Highway 64. Whereas the manual on uniform traffic control devices provides information on how school zone signs should be posted. Whereas the school board requests that lighted school zone signs be posted 1 hour prior to through 1 hour after the starting bell and dismissal bell schedules for Shiprock High School, Eva B. Stokely Elementary, and Career Prep, e.g. 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Whereas the school board requests that radar speed signs showing the speeds of vehicles on Highway 64 also be posted. Whereas the school board further requests that a double fine zone be implemented on Highway 64. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Central Consolidated School District requests that, consistent with the MUTCD, applicable federal, tribal, state, and local governmental entities work with CCSD to implement the following safety mechanisms on Highway 64 in Shiprock, New Mexico. 1. Post-lighted school zone signs 1 hour prior to through 1 hour after the starting bell and dismissal bell schedules for Shiprock High School, Eva B. Stokely Elementary, and Career Prep, e.g. 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Post radar speed signs showing the speeds of vehicles on Highway 64 and implement a double fine zone. Adopted. The other draft I have actually has this date, sorry, I'll put that back in. Today's date by Central Consolidated School District Board of Education. And I stand for questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chappelle.
Just real quick, who's this resolution going to?
This resolution was brought to us by Board Member Montoya after he observed some concerns on that highway, which he presented last Thursday. And so ultimately this will go to New Mexico Department of Transportation, but also Navajo Nation. So it's going to go to all of the entities that have something to do with these 3 requests. Board Member Secretary So.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Moving on to number 6, review consent items, see below, and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A possible item removed from consent agenda. To remove letter D, unique trip requests. The Shiprock High School Robotics Club. That would be the only item I see. Item D. No, Delta. What was it that it was not?
It's an extended trip and not unique, and it was pulled from the reports Thursday, and it had automatically been added to the consent agenda, so now it needs to be.
So it's already been taken care of?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, with that said, I will make a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda with the exception of D.
Second.
What about the one with the, Deborah Yazzie?
It's not on the consent agenda.
It was just a report.
So, motion by Secretary So, seconded by Vice President Wells. Roll call vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis?
Yes.
Secretary So?
Yes.
Vice President Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes. And then number 8, request action items and or reports for next meeting. A, possible items for next meeting.
The only comment I have regarding that is the fact that I was going to ask for discussion on the strategic plan, but since we're going to do that for the retreat, I will acquiesce and take it then.
Okay. Any other items?
Yes, I want to discuss the light. Rodney. I don't know what that's supposed to illuminate out there, but it's not good. So I would like that
Outside?
brought back up again.
Are you saying he doesn't light up your life? Or somebody's life anyway?
What's wrong with the light and where?
The light, that bus stop light.
It's insufficient?
Okay.
Yes, very, very.
Dim.
I don't know, the picture that was provided to me, it looked like it was bright, but it's not. It's not. And then it being in the middle, of almost, well, I shouldn't exaggerate. That's not in the middle of the field, but it's away. And I don't see how that's supposed to help.
No.
Well, no.
No, we're not discussing it. She's just gonna have it put on the agenda.
Just the next.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other items?
You can hand it to Alex.
I guess going back to one of the prior discussion items that we had before on the attendance rates and that came up, which is actually a really good report. So rather than have this report kind of go all over the place, I suggest that we have structure and guidance. That way there's more focus and we're not, I mean, where the meeting can go off the deep end is when there's no guidance or structure. So I suggest that the principals with whatever report indicate, one, what is working, two, what are the existing challenges and their data, three, what is not working, and four, what is being done to improve outcomes at the schools that have been brought up. That way, I think if the principals or the persons at the school have more information, that there's more structure rather than have it go all over the place.
More focus.
Yes.
Any other items? Okay, I would like to have a report on the outreach by Human Resources to the schools on our employee resources. How that looks and how the information is being disseminated.
I do have one more.
Yes,
item.
go ahead.
Slipped my brain. Update on community schools. Where are we with that? Are we expanding? I know the state was looking at increasing, or at least getting to the point where they were funding what they said they would initially. So that may hopefully help us expand that.
Can I make an invitation for Thursday? Could I make an invitation for Thursday? Is it possible? Oh, you already did?
No, I understand that, but I want that for the board so they can hear that, so
Gotcha.
the community can hear that.
Cool, and just a couple things. The reason I say that, there is a field trip, and I'll just reiterate in case you haven't seen the emails, to Bloomfield, to see community schools in action. But also Thursday, the blessing that we were gonna do last week that was canceled is gonna be this Thursday, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock a.m.?
Yes, in the boardroom in Shiprock.
This Thursday.
This Thursday, correct, and then the field trip, so if you wanna come out you can do both.
All right, okay, and then next, are there any other items, last call?
Nope.
Okay, number 9, plus deltas, Board Member Montoya.
Lively discussion, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Aspis.
Indeed, there was lively discussions and I don't like being bullied and I don't respond to it very well. But if we want to go down that road, I'm a veteran. I've been down that road and I will speak on behalf of my advocates and my constituents, and so I think when I asked, you're always wanting to rush, and when he got up there and started his presentation, I thought I was doing the ones that want to be out of here right away a favor by stopping him and letting him know this is not what I wanted. And I don't know, Superintendent, you were the one that was to relay the request. So, instead of wasting time, or if you guys want to continue and hear the rest of it, but that was the only reason why I disrupted him, is that it wasn't what I wanted. And nobody else seemed to be engaged. But I guess that looked like I was beating them over the head. So it's a delta.
Board member or Secretary, so?
Sure, I thought there's good discussion on a lot of topics. Our data has also shown significant improvement across our district in terms of test scores and outcomes, and hopefully that translates onto the assessment that happens at the end of the year. Otherwise, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Vice President Wells?
I thought we covered a lot of pertinent information. I think discussion and understanding is important and relevant, and I thought we had a good one tonight.
Yeah, thank you. I always, for me, I think there was a lot of good information that was shared. Areas that we can improve and areas that we are improving. So it's always good information to hear. And I appreciate all the people that were here earlier and all the people that are still here. So much appreciation to all of you. So thank you. Be safe on the road home. And
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Board Member Montoya.
Yes.
Board Member Aspis.
Yes.
Secretary So.
Yes.
Vice President Wells.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you.